All right, we are back on the Friday night Zone Blitz. Been a couple weeks. We just had to go with a conventional blitz on Monday night, but for the next 4 hours, lock in right here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, because folks, we have got you covered, and we're going to give you the entirety of these games that you just saw to start off tonight's broadcast. Hello, I'm Stuart Weber here in the Action Sports Jax studios, getting you set for an exciting night of Week 7 high school football. A lot of these teams that are playing tonight played just 4 nights ago. It's been that kind of year with some jumbled schedules all over the place, teams having to play multiple times a week to make up for some of the weather. And, well, we got some good matchups for you tonight. Let's take a look at some of our featured games. Our game of the week in St. Johns County, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Surf and Turf Bowl. Beachside and Tocoy Creek. And so far, that has been a good one. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that game. Over in Clay County, Creekside on the road at Fleming Island. Two teams that have picked up some really nice wins already this year. They go head-to-head. We got a Duval County public school clash between Atlantic Coast and Ed White. Speaking of one of those DCPS schools, Riverside. They just had to play against a really good Rains team just a couple nights ago, and now they got to take on Trinity Christian. That game originally was going to be at Riverside, got moved over to Trinity Christian, so we've got our camera there. And those 4 games, Evans at Glen Academy, ignore that. That one got rescheduled. So we'll bring you the other 4. Hey, look, there they are. You got all 4 games as you take a look at the quad box here to get things started on the Friday night Zone Blitz. Go back to that quad box for me if you don't mind, as I can describe the action, what we got from each of these games. So top left, that's where you'll find the Barracudas and the Toros, the Surf and Turf Bowl, Beachside and Tocoy Creek. Top right, that is, actually let's get the score from Tocoy Creek as Marcel pans over, and we've got a 19-14 lead for the Barracudas, that game being played at Tocoy Creek. So 19-14 is your score, 4:48 to play in the second quarter. Top right, you're taking a look at Ed White High School. Of course, they had the tragic passing of one of their student athletes earlier this week. You just saw that logo on the field, that to honor her. A 14-9 lead as the Commanders get set to kick off the second half against Atlantic Coast. So 14-9 your score there on the west side for Ed White. Down in the bottom left, that is the Creekside and Fleming Island matchup between the Golden Eagles and the Knights. We'll get you a score on that one in just a bit. And then bottom right, we've got a 7-7 ball game, Trinity Christian and Riverside. That game has just gone to half as you see the band preparing to come out and perform for the Trinity Christian Conquerors. Of course, each and every week we bring you 15 full minutes of band action. That's coming up at 11 o'clock again tonight, so hang tight for that. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. As let's jump into some action, shall we? What do you say? Where do we want to go? Let's go ahead and start with our game of the week. You're taking a look live at Tocoy Creek High School, taking on the Beachside Barracudas. As mentioned, Beachside leading this one 19-14 in the second quarter, excuse me. Barracudas under Coach Pete Duffy, only in the 3rd year of the program. Heck, Tocoy Creek only in the 4th year of the program. So this is easily the newest rivalry. You see Coach Duffy up there in the gray shorts. Let's see what the Barracudas have here. It's a deep pass to the near side, but nobody there. Eddie Jordan, your quarterback for the Barracudas. It's cool. Saw Coach Pete Duffy over at the volleyball game last night as well, supporting the student athletes there at Beachside. By the way, Beachside Barracudas volleyball team, really good. One of the best teams in our area, and have been hanging with all the other really good teams in our area so far this year. So shout out to the Barracudas. Let's see what they do here this upcoming year. As mentioned, we got 4 games for you tonight, bringing you streaming coverage from throughout the Northeast Florida area. Here's a little triple box. All right, we got top right up there. You got Ed White. Let's go back to Beachside Tocoy Creek. Short pass. And now taking off is Jake House. Gets across midfield, still in bounds, and down to the 41-yard line. That should be enough to move the sticks. Nice play there by number 1, Jake House. I'm a little surprised we haven't had a touchdown of his, because you would just take it to the house. Sometimes they just write themselves, folks. Bottom screen, you have Creekside and Fleming Island. And then top right, Ed White just getting the second half started against Atlantic Coast. That game 14-9. All right, let's take a look down at Fleming Island, the Rock, as they call their stadium. Sebastian Broughton, your quarterback for the Golden Eagles. They call him Worm, by the way. He used to have a little strand of hair that came out of his helmet. That's where he got the nickname Worm. Worm. I would just change my hair and not have to worry about a little piece dangling out, but you know what? You go with it. I like it. I like the good nicknames. That's why I like the Surf and Turf Bowl. It's unique. It's fun. All right, here is Broughton. He is dropping back, has some pressure from the backside. They can't get to him, but they do force him out of bounds for a loss of 5 yards here for the Golden Eagle of Fleming Island. Hey, let's go ahead and take a look over at our scoreboard, shall we? As we take a look at some of the scores from around the area here on a Friday night, and kind of get you up to date as you get started here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. We're only just getting started. Stuart Weber here. Brent Martineau coming shortly. He was out at Fletcher. Coach Joe Reynolds being honored there. Wanted to capture that moment. Retiring today after 40-plus years. Winningest coach in Senators history with a great night up there. All right, so we got some scores here to take a look at on the board. Mandarin Mustangs trailing 7-2 at the half. Now, if that's correct, we always have to take these scores a little bit with a grain of salt, right? Because these are all entered in by the fans, so you never know if it's 100% correct. But our photographer, DR, who went to that game to start the day, was telling me not a lot was happening in terms of scoring. So certainly one to keep an eye on. 7-2 at the half. Flagler Palm Coast up 14-3. Orange Park, you see 6-0. Golden Eagles, we mentioned that game, 24-14. Let's jump into that game, shall we? Here we go. We got Creekside and Fleming Island. I'm guessing they just scored. Is that right? Did we? Yeah. Okay. They just got a big touchdown. All right. So here's the thing. We have the ability to turn that around and show it to you shortly. So Brian in the back, go ahead and turn that around. We'll get that in the rundown. We'll get that on the air, and you can see that touchdown there by Fleming Island. We're going to get a look at the scoreboard here in just a second to confirm. All right, so yes, that makes it 31-14, Fleming Island. Lots of points already. I don't think Creekside's out of it, simply because of the fact that they can score enough to keep up with anybody. But this one late in the second quarter, and now a 17-point lead for the home team. Golden Eagles going ahead on a big touchdown that we will bring you shortly here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. As you take a look at some of the games from around the area, we're showing you 3 of our 4 because Trinity Christian's at the half. Conquerors and the Generals of Riverside tied up at 7. So let's go top left. We got Beachside, we got Tocoy Creek, and we got a penalty. We're going to move them back. Way back. Top right, Atlantic Coast trailed this one 14-9 at the half against Ed White. Looks like the Stingrays have it across midfield. So good start to the second half. Let's jump in live. Here's a handoff by the Stingrays. Able to get a couple yards out of it is Jordan Bell, your senior running back for Atlantic Coast. I had a feeling this was going to be a good game. Two teams that have put together some nice performances and have also played some tough competition at different points throughout the year. So a good matchup of level teams. It doesn't always have to be the top teams in the state. Sometimes you want to find those matchups that are two evenly matched teams, two teams that are going to give each other a fight and fight down to the last quarter. That's what we're after here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz as we give you all these live looks into games. So Ed White on defense. We got a 3rd and long for Atlantic Coast. A handoff, and that is going nowhere. 42-10 combining on the stop. That's Mark Shiloh and Javon Johnson for the Ed White Commanders with a big defensive stop. Atlantic Coast now at midfield. My guess is they will punt. We'll take a look at that and see what we can find out here. All right, let's go top left, shall we? We've got Beachside now at the 29-yard line. They got a 1st and 10. Here's Jordan coming to the near side. Quick pass. I don't think they picked up a lot on that one, but complete nonetheless. As Maddox Hunstad picks that up, gain of about 2 or 3. Sets them up now at the 27-yard line. So Beachside already leading this thing, looking to add to their lead. They're up 19-14 late in the second quarter. That one, all right, we go triple box. Creekside with less than a minute to go in the half as Atlantic Coast gets the punt away. Less than a minute to go. That'll go into the end zone for a touchback. So can Creekside do anything in less than a minute? Coach Sean McIntyre certainly hoping they can string together a couple big plays, at least give themselves a chance. I know they got a pretty good kicker down there as they are on the road at Fleming Island. Going to be one of those games where you just kind of have to regroup a little bit at the half, get together with your coaching staff, figure out what you can do to stop Fleming Island. Already scored 31 points in the first half, and they're running the ball. Here's the handoff for Creekside, and just can't quite keep the legs going. That is number 23. That's Harrison Garrido, their star running back for the Creekside Knights. Don't know where the clock is at right now, but I'm sure it is running low. From their own 37, here's Sean Aschenfelder to the far side. Let's see if they get out of bounds. They do. As the time continues to tick, 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 tick. Back to the triple box we go. Hope you guys are enjoying our show here tonight on the Friday Night Zone Blitz each and every week. We pop in and take some live looks at some of the most competitive, best matchups from around the area in Northeast Florida. You think red zone, but you think high school football. All right, there's a look at the clock there. 1:04 to go in the first half for Beachside. They're already up 19-14. Here's a look at Creekside Fleming Island. Sean Aschenfelder sacked in the backfield. That's a big play by a big man, number 9. That was Jarius Rogers getting in there for the sack. You see Beachside moving it closer to the goal line. They're inside the 10 now. And guys, you just let me know. Well, actually, we'll wait. Let's see how the end of this first half goes for Beachside and Tocoi Creek. Then we can get you caught up on that touchdown from Fleming Island. It made it 31-14. Here's a handoff for Beachside. Closer, closer, and into the end zone. It's a touchdown for the Barracudas. That is Marco Lanza into the end zone, extending the lead of the visitors in the Surf and Turf Bowl. Only the 3rd year of existence for the program, but they've still yet to beat their rivals from Tocoi Creek. So they're after that first ever win. It's only the 3rd time they've met, yes, I know. But they're after that first ever win, and okay, I had that backwards. That's my fault. Why is the guest on the right side and the home on the left side? Is it always like that? Am I just making a mistake here? Okay, anyhow, Beachside takes the lead. They don't extend the lead, they take the lead. We got an illegal substitution on the defense. Or he's doing the Pledge of Allegiance. One of the two. All right, so 20-19 is our score for Beachside, who might, now that they get that half the distance, what do you think? They go for 2? Looks like that might be the plan. As we welcome in Brent Martineau in from
it's amazing a yard can make that much of a difference. I'm rolling up my sleeves like I'm in like a storm.
I do the sleeve roll-up look too. I like it. I like what we're doing here.
A little late to the show today.
Well, yeah, the game's.
Yeah, had to get a game.
Had to get some
Joe
highlights
Reynolds
in there.
getting honored.
Yep,
had
love
to get
that.
pizza.
And the pizza. I mean, that might be the most
I just ate
important.
about a half a pizza on the way home from Donato's Pizza.
There's your 2-point conversion, and it's good. So that would be number 1, Jake House. I'm not on a 2-point conversion. I'm not going to say he takes it to the house.
Yeah, please don't.
It's not far enough. Makes it 22-19. 30 seconds to go in that first half, and we have the 3rd member of our broadcast ready to go as well. Brent, if Coach Kevin Sullivan can hear us and is dialed in, let's get our first hello to the coach. Coach, how's it going?
Good, you guys got me?
We got you, loud and clear.
All right, good stuff. I was worried I didn't get a signal. I thought I was in, then I was on the Ninja, and I was in, and then I was out. And, oh, man.
Yeah, it's all right.
We're
You're up in North Carolina, by the way, Coach. So obviously thoughts with everybody up there, and Coach is able to join us here the next couple of weeks. He spent some weeks in North Carolina. That's what happens when you're retired. You can do that. No more Friday nights, but he gets to see all the action anyway. And here we got the 3 games going. Coach, if you're just jumping in, Fleming Island, 31 points in the first half against Creekside. And then we got a big one, Surf and Turf Bowl, like everybody was talking about. No, it's a good choice for game of the week. You said it earlier. You were looking forward to this one, and it's 22-19 at the half, it looks like.
Yeah, 22-19 as just about to go to the half. Yeah, the Barracudas just took the lead and then hit a 2-point conversion to make that 3-point lead. And yeah, it looks like they're just about ready to head to the locker room. Might take a knee in that one.
Yeah, Coach, a couple of teams that are interesting here. You take Beachside, obviously they had that nice run. They play a district game, they lose, they get back on the winning track. Tokoi Creek had some interesting scores earlier in the year. It's like, wait a minute, I thought they were going to be pretty good. And then maybe we're a little bit wrong about that. Then they go beat Bartram Trail, and you're like, wait, here we go. So you never know, right, Coach, if somebody got healthier, if they, whatever the case might be. But these teams on a collision course, and both have just sped to success down there in St. Johns County.
Yeah, and they also sometimes you just match up well with against a team for whatever reason, your strength or you've been healthy, like you said. So, but yeah, that was a big win for Toccoa Creek beating Bartram last week, and that's why I was really looking forward to this game because I think we got good football coaches, good football players playing tonight, and this one will be fun.
Yeah, and it looks like the Toro's going to try to get a little closer, maybe try a field goal or something before the end of the half. I don't know exactly how much time, but as Stuart mentioned, we're toward the end of the first half for sure.
Yeah, about less. I know it was less than a minute when they scored.
That. Surprising with a little bit of a run and out toward midfield now. So
that's Vincent Galea,
whatever you want.
You know, it's Vincent G picking up some big yardage.
Vinny G.
Hey,
that's way better, by the way. Vinny G.
Like I look at it like paella, but then it's Galella. You know.
Oh, that nice.
All right, so they're outside the 40, moving the ball quite nicely. Is Toccoa Creek? Marcel's listening to us, by the way. 7 seconds to go here in the first half.
Marcel knows the deal.
Yeah.
What you got? You got one more play, Coach?
He's dialed in.
And then try to kick a field goal?
Yeah, it's got to be fast, but I think they're not lining up to kick it, are they? Nope, they're going to go for one more, so protect the out of bounds. Hopefully they have a outside came but out of court, no scrambling, but you throw it away. I'll probably try to get at least 10 yards.
You're looking at Coach Harbison down there on the near sideline, shouting out his instructions to Toccoa Creek. Here's Ryan Kilmer, the quarterback. We're going to be out of time. This is going to be the last play of the half.
Yeah.
It's too late for that. Vinny G's got a lot of work to do to get to the end zone.
He should have fumbled it forward.
That's interesting. He should have fumbled it forward, he said.
That was the last play of the half. What the heck, right?
What the heck? Try it out. Yeah.
They don't have that rule in high school. So we fumble that thing like you lost it.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's amazing what you think about and what we wouldn't. 14-9 here, your old schools, Coach. Atlantic Coast and Ed White. Looks like a good one here with 4 minutes to go in the third. 14-10, the Commanders.
The Sully Bowl, I think.
Sully Bowl here.
Yeah, Sully Bowl.
Yeah, no, it's a good game. It's going to be a good game. Not much time left here. 4 minutes to go in the halftime. So I think both teams are sort of feeling their way off after some early season struggles and have really started playing well.
Yeah, this is actually in the third quarter, Coach. They're already deep into the second half now. 6:30 start, of course, and so that clock's moving quick here tonight.
Yeah, Joseph Williams there with the carry for the Commanders. And they get the first down there. You hear Josh on the PA.
It is Josh, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah. He always helps out over there at Ed White High School. Flag on the play. We'll see if this one's coming back for a hold. All right, do we have that touchdown ready, by the way? All right, let's take a look, by the way. This is how Fleming Island reached 31 points as they were playing host to Creekside. This is Sebastian Broughton dropping back, getting out of the pressure.
Wow.
And then tosses it back across the body. Wide open. Eric Gentry and into the end zone. Big play for Fleming Island. That set the halftime score 31-14 as you take another look at Sebastian Broughton just keeping the play alive and then showing off that arm strength. Brent.
Coach, that's how you give up 31 points in the first half. Play like that.
Yeah, man. I don't know if with Broughton playing quarterback, we definitely work scramble drill. When that quarterback gets loose, you find the nearest guy, latch on, and run with him, man. Don't give it up.
Let's jump to Ed White. Here we are.
Yeah,
Commanders.
This is live, right? Yes.
Yeah, this is live.
Whoa.
Throwing for the end zone.
What a throw.
And are they going to say pass interference on that one?
Interference, they called.
What good defense. But I'll tell you what, it was a heck of a throw. Is that King Boylston still at QB for Ed White?
I think that's him.
Yeah, that was a nice throw, too. Almost put it in the bucket. And we couldn't see if there was a little hand fight in there at the end. You know, it's hard to tell, but it looked like pretty good coverage.
I thought it was good coverage, flipped unless he grabbed him or pushed him, stiff-armed him or whatnot. So, but they called it, definitely.
All right, this is our only of the 4 games currently in action. You've got halftime at Tokoi Creek, halftime at Fleming Island, and just getting the second half started down at Trinity Christian playing host to Riverside. That is a 7-7 game as they get set to start the third quarter there. But Ed White up by 5 and trying to add to their lead. Here's the handoff, and right into the wall goes Joseph Williams. So nowhere really to go for the running back for Ed White, and the Commanders will have to wait. Of course, they had that penalty, set them up with I'm not sure that's right, 1st and 10 on the 20.
Well, yeah, some of the scoreboards move well, some of them don't.
As long as the clock's moving and the scores are right and the quarter's right, we'll let the other stuff slide a little bit.
Yeah, this is obviously it's a big deal right now for Atlantic Coast, right? They got to keep it a one-possession game.
Yeah. Here's the handoff. And a little better movement there from Williams following his blocks, but still about 5 yards short of pay dirt.
They got a chance still to get a first down inside the 5, I think, right? That started outside the 10.
I think that was right outside of the 10.
14-9 again. This one's 2 minutes and counting in the third quarter. So that's why it's a big deal right now for Atlantic Coast. Try to force a field goal if that were to be the case, or try to get a 4-down stop. And I'm going to put it in Boylston's hands. Nice little, oh boy. That was a little slip, but at the same time, it was a little bit of a hit stick too.
That'll be on somebody's highlight.
Yeah.
Whether it was a slip or not.
Well, I mean, there was still a lot of contact, but it was a slip. I was running back a little bit defenseless there. And that's going to be 4th down, Coach. You go for it, or, I mean, obviously we don't know what the field goal situation is, but it looks like they're going for it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they've got a kicker or not, so I know they go for 2 a lot, so this might be just normal football for them.
Yeah, and it looks like it's right down there about the 2. Maybe the 3.
We've got King Boylston dropping back. He's passing, and it's an incomplete pass.
Oof, a lot of contact there.
A lot of contact.
I kind of like that they let that play, though, because, I mean, the ball was behind him.
That's Craig Murphy in coverage there for the Stingrays.
Huge stop for Atlantic Coast. So 14-9 on the verge of the fourth quarter. Yep. They get the ball. Now they're deep in their own territory, but big stop now, and you can have a chance to still go ahead and take the lead.
All right, let's go ahead and take our first break of the evening. You got to look at the 2 games in live action. Let's go ahead and we'll go split screen. We'll give you the Trinity Christian Riverside game in the box as we take our first quick break of this Friday night Zone Blitz here on week number 7. We'll be right back.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Hey everyone, everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jax to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jax in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jax 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms. Whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV, you can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry, we still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel. Plus, check out our short reels on our TikTok. Action Sports Jax 24/7. It's on all the time and everywhere.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good.
Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching.
Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
Welcome back to our Friday night Zone Blitz in the break. This is what we love, a little picture-in-picture. And you got to see a Riverside touchdown, and that touchdown was by number 9, Sherman Davis, the senior for the Riverside High School General. So they take the lead. And did you see the extra point while you were in commercial break as well? And we're showing that picture-in-picture. A little right over the crossbar. It looked like it might have been deflected, still got in. 14-7. We'll take you there for the entire second half. That was like the second play of the third quarter, so plenty of time left in that one. Here are our featured games on the Friday night Zone Blitz. This is what we do each and every Friday, and glad to have you along. If you're new to it, this is a new thing in 2024. We're having a blast, and we'll talk to our coach Kevin Sullivan a bit, Stuart Weber, entire Action Sports Jax team. Live pictures of these games, including up in Georgia, Evans and Glen Academy. Just showed you Trinity Christian and Riverside. We'll keep showing you the second half. Atlantic Coast, Ed White going to the fourth quarter, and that one's a one-score game. Creekside, Fleming Island at halftime. Creekside down by 17. They gave up 31 points in the first half. And Beachside, Tocoy Creek. That is our game of the week, the Surf and Turf Bowl, living up to it. 22-19. Beachside in the lead at halftime. So I'm going to walk over here and show you what else we've got. We've got our coach Kevin Sullivan. Everybody say hi to Coach Kevin Sullivan. Sully, how you doing tonight?
Man, I'm doing great. Weather's cooling off up here now, so it's nice.
Hey, by the way, beautiful night here in Jacksonville as well. Obviously, the storm last week. It looked like we're going to get a bunch more rain next week, but a beautiful night temperature-wise to get some Friday football in here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. Sully's our Hall of Fame coach. He always joins us via the phone, and he's able to see all the action too, so he breaks down the action. He's our expert when it comes to the high school highlights. And then we got a highlight right here as we show it up. Trinity Christian. And, was that a touchdown? We're going to get a touchdown. It's like we're doing a promo for the show right here or something. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Trinity Christian's in the end zone. That's Trey Williams, a freshman, by the way, and he goes the distance. And now we've got a one-point game there at Trinity Christian. Riverside and TCA. Looks like we're going to have a dandy, a barn burner in the second half. Wow, that's fun stuff, Coach.
I'll tell you what, we come right back, and after halftime, we get right into this game. We got 2 big explosive plays from both teams, and maybe a tie game again, line up the kicks for extra point. But, boy, you couldn't have timed that up any better, Brent.
I'll tell you what, I was kind of last week threw me off a little bit because obviously we had some games, and then we had Monday games, we had Wednesday games. And I remember a couple of weeks ago here on the show, Coach, we were showing everybody the late game finishes of Bradford and Mandarin and the St. Augustine game last week, and just a bunch of different Bowles Bishop Kenny we had. Well, that was a good week. A couple of weeks ago, we had like 3 or 4 really good matchups.
Really good one, yep.
And didn't really know exactly what we'd get from this week, but really as you line it up on paper, it's a darn good one. I mean, we mentioned the games we have going on right now are all exciting. Even that Fleming Island Creekside game, watch out for that one, Coach, right? 31-14 Fleming. Yeah. But if I remember correctly, didn't Creekside come back a couple years ago down from a bundle in the second half against them?
Yeah, same thing, and they're notorious for coming out in the second half and scoring a bunch of points. I mean, they've scored like 50, 49, 48, 30, the last 3 or 4 games. So they'll put up some points. They do make good adjustments in the second half, and that one should continue to be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, I think it was a 22 season that they had a bunch of comebacks. I know Oakleaf, I feel like if Fleming Island was in the mix, they might not have finished the deal, but it came back and made it the game. Some folks might remember better than me. We're showing you these 2 games now. Again, Ed White on the left and Atlantic Coast, Coach Shelley's former teams that he coached for a bit of time. They're playing in the fourth quarter, 14-9, Ed White with the lead. And then kickoff here at Trinity Christian. And watch out now. Don't take your eyes off that game on the right, because there's been explosive plays in the first couple of minutes of the third quarter. Should be a lot of fun. Some other games around the area, just to give you some scores there. I mean, there were more games than these 5, of course, right? We're kind of keeping an eye on that Columbia Bowls game. And, Coach, while we watch this one, Riverside and Trinity Christian, Bowls has a commanding 20-3 lead at last check. So I was wondering what we might get out of that one. It looks like the Bulldogs are taking care of business after a loss last week.
Yeah, they're getting back on. Columbia's been an interesting team this year. They played a really tough schedule. I mean, like they do year in and year out. And they struggled early to score some points. They graduated a bunch of playmakers last year, and they struggled early in the season to score some points. Sort of got going in the middle, and then they seem to be struggling a little bit with them. But Brian Allen does a great job out there, and they just the way they're scheduled week in and week out, it's tough football.
Yeah, it is tough football. He ain't afraid of anybody, is he? I was at the Fletcher game earlier. They're down 14-3 at last check to Flagler Palm Coast. And Bradford and Palatka, an interesting game. But right now, Bradford, at least at the last score, we got 14-0. Those guys taking care of business. Let's, as we settle into this Riverside Trinity Christian game, let's show you what happened in the second play of the third quarter in this game. Riverside Sherman Davis. Now look at this. From like the 27-yard line, right up the middle, shot out of a cannon, and then nobody's going to get him. Coach, Riverside's been putting up a bundle of points this year, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been scoring a lot. They've got that great wide receiver, big body, Gelsey that's committed to the University of Florida. They got 2 good running backs. And, they always played great defense over there. But, boy, offensively, they could score through the air, on the ground. And, again, they've been playing some solid competition, again, week in and week out.
And then how about we take a look at the highlight that just happened moments ago while we were bringing you – oh, not yet? Okay, I'm getting ahead of ourselves. All right. I was going to say, I was about to pat Brian Middleton on the back. I was like, wow, he got that ready to go already. We'll be ready to show you that one in just a minute or so. Instead, we'll give you live action. Riverside Trinity Christian, Riverside with the football. It's interesting, Coach. Both of these teams look uniform-wise the same, whether they wear their whites or the black and the blue.
Yeah, and also don't forget this game was supposed to be at Riverside and got moved. And so I didn't know if they would continue to be the visiting team. So when it first came up, I was trying to figure out, all right, which team was which, because if they're at home, they're in their dark. But now they're at Trinity. Are they still in their dark type of deal? And it looks like they are. So
Yeah. Interesting. All right. See that? Terrell Dallas to Trey Williams. We got that play. This was just moments ago. The lefty hits up top to Trey Williams. And then Williams, watch him pull away here now. He got to the boundary, and they didn't have the angle on him. And he goes into the end zone. So back-to-back huge plays. 73 yards for Riverside. And then that looked, what was that? About 89 for Trinity Christian. So here come the fireworks, Coach. I think we're going to be watching this one closely and having some fun with Trinity Christian and Riverside tonight.
Most definitely.
All right, so here we show that one live again. That's on the right side, so that's the live action. And they just punted the ball, and the flag comes flying. It looked like there was some extracurricular something going on. Atlantic Coast has the ball on the left side. And this is a game probably more important to keep an eye on right now because it's later in the action. 14-9. Atlantic Coast trails. That's a nifty move right there as Atlantic Coast trying to come off its own goal line, Coach, and they haven't been an explosive offensive team, so they're going to be methodical, and almost every possession really matters when you're down by 5. They need a touchdown.
Yeah, definitely. They started backed up, had the goal line stand, getting a little momentum, moving it, dinking and dunking. They're not going to get big chunks, just sort of methodical, like you said, moving down the field.
Man, you've got to be proud and pleased with the job Step Durham has done, aren't you?
Yeah, Steph's a good football coach. Again, he's got a lot of things that he's trying to do. Coming back, taking over after an 0-10 season, won a few games last year, 4-6 last year, and he's trying to continue to build the thing. Alma Mater, all Gateway Conference, all state player at Atlantic Coast graduate.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might not remember Steph. He was a heck of a football player back in the day at Atlantic Coast, coming back to the Stingrays, and really has done a nice job. Again, you got to slowly build this thing, but he's set a nice foundation in place, and they're competitive every week now. We got flags flying all over the place in that Riverside Trinity game, and now we got a top opportunity, and we got a flag, we got a hat flying. Coach, what's the hat flying mean on the left?
The hat flying on the left means there was I don't think it's a punch thrown, but he threw one penalty, doesn't have another flag, so he throws his hat as the other penalty.
Yeah, I didn't think there could be two penalties on that play. That just looked like a play down the field. But here we go, second guessing the guys again. And the one thing we don't have on this show yet, which we might someday, is instant replay. We do have replays. We're able to show you like we just did a bit ago, but not instant. And that's probably better for everybody. We don't have that, so we don't have to scrutinize every play. But very interesting there. Looks like they're going to call interference, but I wonder what the second. Oh, actually, they're backing them up now. Or maybe they just had already moved the ball, and Atlantic Coast moved too far. So Atlantic Coast has the ball around midfield. That's the bottom line. They took a little bit of a shot there, and they get the penalty. And now have it around midfield again, down by 5 in the fourth quarter of this game at Ed White. So definitely one to keep an eye on here on the left. Meanwhile, on the right, Trinity Christian trying to come out of its own end zone. Last time they did this, they threw an 89-yard touchdown. And a nice little play there to get a first down and get some breathing room. Actually, that was on 1st and 15, so it's going to be 2nd and still a little bit. They had a penalty that backed them up.
Yeah, I think that Ed White penalty was hitting a defensive player.
Really?
Whiteout went for the ball, and the safety came in and slowed his head and drilled him. It didn't go for the ball at all.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was the back judge. That's what I think it was.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, because it looked a little bit violent like that. I thought he should have maybe picked the ball off. Maybe he didn't find the ball.
Yeah.
Easy for me to say from a studio. Atlantic Coast now, nice run. Nice tough run. Tough run there, and that is Jordan Bell, the running back. He's a senior, 5'7", a little guy, 160, but tough guy too, as you can tell, with a good run there to bring up some third down and situational football coming up for Atlantic Coast. Meanwhile, now that game you see on the top right is Fleming Island coming out of the locker room in the second half with a 31-14 lead over Creekside. They have the ball. I would suspect this is a big first drive, a really bigger one probably for Creekside, Coach.
Yeah, Creekside's got to come out and establish something at a stop and then get going offensively like they usually do in the second half. Tell you what, you got to give Fleming Island a lot of credit too. They had that controversy early with the coach stepping down about a week before the first game, and Cipoletti took back over, was running the defense, and took over as the head coach. And they've been week in and week out playing hard and getting after it week in, week out.
You know, you said it, and I was going to bring that up. And it seems like, Coach, they're starting to find themselves. I think they were a little slow early out of the gates, and that's a massive change. And I understand he's been there, he was on the staff, but that's still a little bit of a stunner, right? A little shock to the system. You got to gather everybody, you got to do things the way you want to do it. And it looks like it's starting to pay off for Fleming Island.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And again, that's a big change. I don't care what anybody says, whether coach has been on campus or not on campus, but that's a big thing right there. And them being able to come on and sort of kids, lose faith a little bit at what they're doing, and they manage to keep coming, and they've been playing really well lately.
All right, so here's the deal, Atlantic Coast. I must not have seen this. I didn't know this, guys, that there was a safety somewhere in there, unless the scoreboard just changed, in that Ed White Atlantic Coast game. because it's 16-9 on the scoreboard. And remember, they were backed up, so it might make sense that it was, and then they end up getting the ball back. But there's still 8 minutes to go in the game. If the clock is right, if the scoreboard is right, down a touchdown. And as you see now, Atlantic Coast, they just had a nice run by their quarterback. Quarterback's Rocco Manego. He's a sophomore. And then there was a late hit out of bounds that now gives them a first down just outside the 10-yard line. I like this play design right here, but it doesn't go for any. Snuffed out by Ed White right there. And that was a good play in the backfield for a tackle or loss. I didn't mind that play call while it was in live action, but I do now because Joshua Patterson was all over him.
Yeah, a long line of Pattersons at Ed White. I believe he is the last one. They have a long line of Pattersons, have gone through Ed White probably the last 14 years. This is the fourth boy, and all of them have been great players, great kids. He's going to sniff stuff like that out. He's been started since he was a freshman.
Yeah, he's a terrific player for Ed White, has been all over the field for them the last 4 years. How about a little pass over the middle? Could we see a touchdown, I think? He ripped the ball away. He just took the ball away. I don't know what's better, the player, coach just chuckling at that play. I mean, that was Julian Holt. They were probably like a split second away from calling forward progress down, and then Julian Holt just ripped the football, coach.
Yeah, he just went after the ball. I mean, the tight end made a nice job, caught the ball, made a guy miss, and got up in there. But you got to take care of the ball, man. And he just went in, and Julian went in and ripped it out. He's having a really solid year, Julian Holt also.
You know, you're right. We've seen him several times here in our highlights this year. And now we've got to play down the middle of the field. That could be picked. That was a heck of an interception if that's a pick. It looks like they're going to say it hit the ground. It hit the ground. Okay. So that we're back, by the way, at Trinity Christian in Riverside here. Trinity Christian with the football. You can see all 4 games. We've got football all over the place. That top right, I want to stay on that Atlantic Coast game again. In the 4 box is fine. I just want to talk about it, Coach, because what a sequence there. That was a nice play design. I liked it. Right over the middle. And it looked like he was going in the end zone, but right around the 5-yard line, just has the ball ripped out. I mean, that's a game-changing, game-saving play with under 8 minutes to go. And you just wonder if Atlantic Coast will get another opportunity that's this good.
Yeah, that's really heads-up play. I mean, it was a great offensive play, a little RPO with a little tight end, a little dump pass in there. And it caught Ed White in the blitz on second down and set both inside linebackers. So they got it to him. Then he made a guy miss, kept going, and then Julian Holt came out of there sort of just, give me that ball, boy, and took it from him.
Yeah, that's a heck of a play by him. Okay, so that's the top right. You can see the clock, 6.5 minutes to go. And now Atlantic Coast needs a stop, get the ball back with a chance down a touchdown. We'll see if they can do it. A good play right there by their defense. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, we've got Riverside and Trinity Christian. This has been a fun one to watch right out of the gates in the second half. It was tied at half, 7-7, and then Riverside scores on a 73-yarder, takes the lead. Well, coming right back is Trinity Christian on an 89-yarder, and now it's tied 14-14, and this thing has settled down a little bit in the third quarter, and that's where we still stand. Meanwhile, on the bottom left screen, as we just go around the clock here, Creekside has the football back. They're trailing 31-14, so they did get the stop on the possession for Fleming to start the half, and Creekside here with the ball and giving it to Harrison Garrido, and he gets a decent pickup on the sideline. Creekside are going to have to move on offense now. They got plenty of time. Just started in the third quarter, so a lot of game to be played. We'll show you the entire second half of this one on the Friday night Zone Blitz, part of our Jaguars prep, Whataburger coverage on this Friday, 8 p.m. until midnight on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Meanwhile, we go to the top left, and this is our game of the week. Beachside and Tokoi Creek, they are playing now in the second half. Beachside with the football in the silver helmets, and they have the lead 22-19 at half. So a fun game here, and we'll take you all the way to the finish of this one as well. That's what we do on this show, by the way. We take you to the finish. We show you all the plays of our featured games, and we'll keep you up to date on some of the other scores going around the area too. We want to make sure we don't dismiss those games, but we also have a full Friday night blitz. That's at 10:30. Which will show you all the highlights and get you caught up on all the action, not just our featured games, which right now is a 4-pack of games. And right now, there's a lot of good action going on. And the scoreboard says we're going to be sticking with this action most of the evening. The game that's closest to finish is at top right, Ed White, Atlantic Coast. My guess this is probably a pretty critical down for Atlantic Coast defense. And I have no idea what the down and distance was, but a little completion by Ed White with the football, up 7 points with about 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. This is the one that will finish before those other ones. We've got a lot of football to be played in the other 3 games that we are showing you. See that 1st and 10 scoreboard in the background? Just don't pay attention to that, because that's been 1st and 10 all night. It doesn't change.
Yeah, I was trying to see the official there if he was what he was marking, but I couldn't tell anything.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, if they got a first down coming off the goal, which it looks like they might have, it was just by inches. Nope. Now they're saying, does it look like 4th down? Yeah, it looks like, I think, 4th down. Creekside already in the red zone, by the way. Harrison Garrido, look at him break through tackles inside the 5 and a touchdown. Now fumble in the end zone. Nice play by the defender, but a little too late. And there goes Creekside, coach. 31-20 right now after being down by 17 at the half.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see Fleming Island come out and answer. Of course, Creekside, like we talked about, they come out, make good adjustments. They went right down the field, scored. Get a 2-2 score game after an extra point, and Fleming's got to come on and do their thing if they can.
Creekside's Garrido, what a fun running back he is, huh? How about the numbers he's put up in these last couple of years? Feels like he's been there 10 years now. The extra point is up, and it is good. So 31-21. Garrido's a guy we might feature on Committed to the Uncommitted in upcoming weeks. He's looking, I think, to play in one of the military football programs, and it's the last I talked to him, that's what he was looking at. I think his dad was in the Marines and wants to follow in his footsteps, so in some capacity. So we'll keep an eye on what he's doing for his future plans. He's a senior running back for the Creekside Knights. Meanwhile, the Barracudas against the Toros, and Barracudas have the football. Just a simple pass and out of bounds they go with a 22-19 lead for Beachside. A nice little sportsmanship right there. I like that.
Yeah, this game, right? No change on that, has it?
Say that again, sorry, score-wise, 22-19, Coach?
Yeah, still the same, right?
Yeah, as far as we know, it's still the same. I think it is. I think this is really first possession of the third quarter, I want to say, unless I missed something in there, which I might have. Looks like, let's see, what do we got down there on the bottom right? Trinity Christian Riverside. Hopefully that young man's okay. Incomplete pass. And now we have a punt
and a penalty
in the Ed White game. And Atlantic Coast, they let it go. Oh, they let it go. That was about 20 yards of field position, Coach.
Yeah, just got to fair catch it, man. That's what you always got to tell those guys. Don't have to return it. Just don't let it roll.
By the way, just an update on that Beachside Tocoi Creek game. Marcel Robinson giving us a look at the scoreboard. 22-19, 10-13 to go in the third. So obviously that did just start at first possession of the third quarter for Beachside as we keep an eye on that one. Looks like the Toros are going to get the football back here in a moment as well. Almost a bad snap on Trinity's punt, but how about the punter? Heck of a job. Got it and got a good boot off as well inside the 10-yard line. So in a 14-14 game, big field position switch right there for Trinity because they were coming off their own goal line and they're able to flip the field. So one of those underrated things, especially in the high school game, to be able to deliver on that. We'll see if they're able to cash in, whether it's on defense or with good field position in a bit. Atlantic Coast now with the football. A little shot put, throw, and catch. You know, it's funny, it looks like number 13 or 10. I think it's 10 for Ed White. I think he saw what I saw initially, but I think the refs got it right. Number 3 slipped down for Atlantic Coast, and that was, of course, we don't have a number 3 on the roster. Slipped down, had his knee on the ground, but I think he got up before he caught the ball. So I think he was clean on that play. Riverside with the ball in the bottom right. They'll just have a QB keeper get out to the 10. And Atlantic Coast has to make something happen now because on the top right, they are down by a touchdown with under 5 minutes to go. Possessions are getting more and more minimal there for the Stingrays. Nice play by Ed White defense, and that's on second down. So we're going to have a 3rd and 8 for Atlantic Coast here. Down by a score 16-9. Bottom left is Creekside and Fleming Island. Creekside just scored to make it 31-21. They gave 31 points in the first half, but they did get a stop on the opening drive of the third quarter, and then they went down and scored. So they're right back in this game with a lot of time to go. there at Fleming Island. Always a fantastic place to watch a high school football game. You can hear the band, I think, in the background there, and the crowd is usually massive at Fleming Island, one of the good spots in town, along with many others. Oh, good job. Hot read right there by Broughton. He was able to pick it up, Coach. That's a guy that's played some football.
Yeah, I think they set it up. They sort of showed it. They changed the play a little bit. They showed the blitz, and then he did a nice job just catch and throw the wide out. They were all on the same page with the chains.
Well, they don't mess around. I don't know if they're in true hurry up. They just get up to the line of scrimmage and start setting things up. There's the situation up there in the top right. 3:13 to go now in the football game, and I think there must have been a timeout on the field. It was 3rd and 8. Okay, injured player. Thanks, Casey. 3rd and 8 when they come back to action on the top right. Incomplete pass, just a drop over there on the bottom left for Fleming Island. And now we've got in the bottom right, Riverside trying to come off their own goal line. After a nice punt, it is tied 14-14 in that one. And meanwhile, the Toros have taken over possession as Beachside's first possession of the second half doesn't go anywhere. Hey, shout out to the First Coast Bucks. They get a win over Sandalwood tonight, 28-14. And Sully, shout out to our guy, Coach Barnes, as well. We got to wish him good health as he wasn't able to be there tonight. So our buddy Barnesy, hope he has a good few days. We're thinking about him. And I know he's probably watching, Coach, so say all nice things about him, please.
Yeah, Barnesy, he's a good dude, man. I hope he gets well soon and couldn't be with him, and they scored 28 points without him. So maybe there's controversy brewing up there on Duval Station Road.
Hey, my guess is that'll be Marty Lee's first text to him, probably, right?
Definitely.
Hey, now we got a deep shot down the right side for Riverside. That one falls incomplete. We've had some explosive plays in that game. Riverside's been explosive all year, really. All right, 3rd and 8 for Atlantic Coast. Down the field they go. Did he catch that football? Holy cow, what a catch. What a catch by Jabari McMillan. I'm not even sure it was supposed to go to him, but Jabari McMillan on 3rd and 8 with a heck of a play.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go to the outside guy. You had 2 wideouts in the same area, but that's a really good play by that young man.
Hey, give credit to Rocco Monego, the sophomore quarterback, too. He took a hit on that play. Was under pressure, hung in there, delivered it, and his guy made a play for him. And, of course, we have to stop all good momentum with a flag.
Yeah. You can't put your hand on the ball and then take your hand off.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, I think that's what he did.
Man, that's why you get paid the big bucks on this show, Coach. I would never have seen that in my life.
That's what it looked like, because the D lineman started pointing at his hand, like the ball, like his hand, and he sort of rose up a little bit. So he probably put his hand down. They made it change the call, and then he was like sort of, had a Paul's brain malfunction and took his hand off the ball.
Yeah, I think you're right. So they back up 5 yards. I hope this receiver checked with the official, because I used to officiate, for a spring game. Hopefully he gave the thumbs up, because he's offsides. Is that a flag? I mean, I'm not rooting for flags here, but holy cow. It looked like he was all over. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
they did throw one. That one deserved one, actually.
Yeah, that was in there. And again, there's no such thing as an uncatchable ball in high school. So you could throw the ball in the back of the end zone, hit the concession stand, and they'll have interference. Well, that's one of the rules that I wish they would change.
Yeah, well, that's true. Of course, in the NFL, they just change it to holding, like they did in the Jags game when Houston threw it into the second row the other night, right? They just change it to,
right.
Oh, we screwed that play up. Hold on, it's holding instead.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so now Fleming Island, by the way, back just inside the red zone here. So this drive looks like it's going somewhere. 31-21 lead for the Fleming Island Golden Eagles, who have been getting hotter and hotter now as this season moves along. And, it's something we always keep an eye on, Coach. As Atlantic Coast now has a chance. So, yeah, inside the 40-yard line, they're moving the football. Something we keep an eye on is who gets better as the season goes. Now, some of that is health-related, but I think that's also a sign of maybe just a good coach and a good program where you can get better and better each week, and especially at the right time. If you think about the St. Augustines and the Bartram Trails and the Bowls over the years, I think we see a lot of that.
And I think, oh, wow, good ball.
That was a
Good
touchdown.
ball
That was Broughton right there for Fleming Island, by the way. Looks like he hit Trace Burney. That looked very easy for that connection. And now 37 points on the board for Fleming Island. But go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, but like you said, by this time, everybody should know what they can and can't do offensively. And I think we got a big turnover in the Atlantic Coast game.
Yeah, we'll come back to this topic, Coach, because every time we try to talk about it, we got to pick instead. It's Joshua Macklin. So how about Ed White's defense in the final 7-8 minutes of this game in their own end? They come away with a strip fumble, and then they come away with a pick, and it looks like that one might be the one that seals the deal for Ed White. Just tremendous defense, Coach, down there in the scoring area.
Hey, could you send a clip of Tocoya Creek getting in basically dead tee in the background on 4th and 1 and running the quarterback off tackle with like 4 guys in front of him and send it to the Jaguars and show them to have some imagination on 4th down? Sorry.
Coach, I'm not sure I'm the one this week that should be relaying that to the head coach.
Oh, I already know about you, man. I already know. I got that saved in my memoirs, or my memoirs, in my phone to bring it out at a later date.
Yeah, they did convert, and now almost a nice play by Beachside. Instead, that's like just a fun little 2-yard play.
Yeah.
For Tocoy Creek.
Burned some time off the clock and got a 2-yard play. That's it. No, they. It's a good job by the young man because he should have been tackled for a loss.
Just to put a bow now on this Ed White and Atlantic Coast game, it looks like we got some dancing going on, so I got to believe they're kneeling and running this clock out for Ed White. But just huge defensive plays. I mean, you saw it live here in the Friday Night Zone Blitz. I'm impressed with the way Atlantic Coast moved the ball, Coach, and got in the area to at least have a chance. But then you got to be more impressed with what Ed White's able to do. And, you know this from both these programs, but Ed White, they find ways to win, don't they? I know they didn't Monday against Merritt Island, but more often than not, they seem to find ways to win.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, they've always played really good on defense. No matter what over the years, they were always really solid. But, boy, they carried them tonight, getting those big turnovers when they needed. The safety, don't forget, they got. And then the takeaway inside the 10 where they took it from the guy with Atlantic Coast going in, and the interception right there. And that's all like the last 10 minutes of the game. Don't forget the safety was big.
Yeah, that safety ends up being really big. I think Liv might be over there at that Ed White game. Let's let her go down so we can clear that Atlantic Coast Ed White game as they're going to win 16-9 is the final score. We show you Riverside Trinity. We're into the 4th quarter now, tied up at 14, and Trinity Christian has the football. Again, explosive plays for each team in the third, like really the first drives of the third felt 2 minutes like, and now this thing has really settled down, a little bit defensive, some mistakes happening, and Trinity Christian with a chance, second down, as you can see, in about 7 or 8 on the other side of midfield as we begin the 4th quarter. Top left, we got a measurement, and it's just a bit short for the Toros, at least from my vantage point. And listen, it better be short, Casey and Coach, because this far away, I could tell it was short. He's up close to it.
All right, let's see if they get into any kind of exciting formation on short yardage.
All right, so we got a pass play to Trinity, wide open.
Well, is your screen with Trinity a little blurry, like foggy?
Yeah, it is. I don't know if that's. I don't feel like we have any like rain in the area, but it almost feels like it's like a mist or something over there. You never know if they had some smoke machine as well.
No, that's true. Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
I thought it was just my eyes.
No, it's not.
I want to make sure.
Believe me, my eyes are catching up with your eyes in the not so good category. It's Sean Aschenfelder. Runs over everybody, including a coach on the Fleming Island sideline, and nice sportsmanship by Sean to check on the coach, and I think it looks like he's okay.
Yeah, I think the coach was trying to hold him up and got run out. I don't do that anymore. I never have to do that.
I don't blame you. Meanwhile, Tocoy Creek, tough run right there by Vinny G. Vincent Galea. Here we go again. And we call him Vinny G, Coach, anytime we see number 9 now. So that was a good run.
Again, they're just sort of trying to score some points, eating up some clock, keeping Beachside's potent offense off the field.
It's funny, like it was 22-19 after the first, at halftime, and this game has really kind of just settled down into more of like a ground and pound and possession, field position type of game. I thought we would have a little more fireworks. It's almost the same thing as happened at the bottom with Trinity Christian and Riverside. Less fireworks and now just more, all right, possession, see if who can get in a scoring area and make a play as they're in the fourth quarter. Sean Ashenfelder and Creekside, they need to make plays, and they do right here with a little just pitch and catch and missed tackle. And here comes Creekside once again. That's in the third quarter. But the problem with this game for Creekside is they are not playing good defense, or Fleming Island, hat tip to them in good offense. They lead 38-21, but Creekside moving the football, and you almost have to cash in every possession if you're the Knights at this stage of it with a lot of time left in the game. Ashenfelder and company have the football for the Knights. And here's Garrido again. Look at him go, and he stays in bounds. He wants the contact, Garrido does. You know what's interesting about Garrido, again, I keep mentioning him, he can run over you, Coach, but he showed a burst right there. In fact, I looked down at my sheet. I was like, wait a minute, is that 23? Because he looked quicker.
Yeah, he's a good, strong runner, really good balance. I mean, he's got a good explosiveness through the hole. You know how they coach it, smooth to it and fast through it.
Well, look at the cutback right there by Garrido, and now he's just going to run over somebody almost into the end zone. Well, out at the 5. I thought he was going to maybe cut that one back and just bring it on. But 2 good runs by Harrison Garrido, and here come the Creekside Knights again, unless there's a penalty. Looks like we got a stoppage. Maybe that's just the water timeout, the third quarter. So probably about halfway through the third there. Creekside knocking on the door down 38-21. They need a score, and then they need to play some defense if they're going to get back into that. Stuart Weber's back out here, Riverside Trinity, and they've got it just outside the 20-yard line. And is that a pick?
That's a pick.
That is a pick.
That's a pick.
Who is it?
Number 6.
That's number 6, Romero Hawkins. Romero Hawkins with the pick. I just think that wasn't a great throw that time.
Yeah, and they jumped that. That's good job by the DB jumping that route.
By the way, I lied to you. Romero Hawkins plays for Trinity. That was Richard Pooler instead for Riverside. I'm telling you, the black tops and the blue pants have me confused.
I jumped in. It took me a second to.
Doesn't Trinity wear that same uniform? Like most of the time?
They do. They do. They absolutely do. The thing that's throwing me off, usually on Riverside, you see some green in there, like some fluorescent.
Yeah, that fluorescent green.
And they might have replaced it here with the breast cancer awareness for the month of October. You see a lot of pink accents, and maybe they didn't want both pink and green accents, so they just went pink.
Richard Pooler, by the way, with the pick. And here comes Creekside now. First and goal at the 5-yard line. They're driving right back down the field. Sean Ashenfelder's going to keep it. He's going to dive into the end zone for a touchdown. I'll tell you this about Sean and this offense. You can tell they've played together a while, Coach, because they get up to that line of scrimmage. They know what they're doing. Like, their operation looks very smooth.
Yeah, offensively, they do a really good job, and Sean's got a good handle on it. You know, basically 3-year starter, and has really maintained and be able to keep them going. And he can beat you by throwing it, he can beat you by running it, and then he hands it off to Rito, and he can beat you. So offensively, they scored a lot of points, but boy, they got to do something defensively to slow down Fleming Island.
Yeah, that's 38-28 now is the score. Fleming Island up by 10, but a lot of football. I mean, we're probably about the 5-minute mark or so of that third quarter. So we got a lot of football. And Stuart, this is kind of a trend we've had this year. I mean, we had a game that was 57-50 the other day.
Yeah.
Then last week we had a 62-40 game with Riverside, or Monday.
Monday in our game of the week.
I mean, the points we have scoring. Riverside scored a bunch of points this year against St. Augustine in an earlier game. I mean, the points are incredible, which I think just goes to show you the 7-on-7 nature and everything else. We'll ask Coach about it in a minute, but hey, it makes it fun. Also makes the game last like 3.5 hours.
Which, usually in the past, we'd be pretty upset about that, right? But now that we're giving you these live looks all the way through the finish, it's filling our show up to 10:30.
You're right. In fact, so much so that we don't even talk to coaches on this show. We just talk to our coach. Yeah, we don't even have anybody call in. We don't have time for them.
That was the original plan. Yeah. So when I started tonight's Friday Night Zone Blitz, I did say, as Fleming Island went ahead by 17, I'm like, yeah, they're ahead by 17, but there's going to be a whole lot more points scored in this one, and that has certainly lived up to what we'd expect at this point.
We got a little bit of downtime right now. Hey, Casey, do we want to take this play? Do we have it? Or am I jumping the gun again on the Fleming Island play? If we have it, let's catch up Stuart Weber, actually.
Okay,
Short time ago, Sebastian Broughton to Trace Burney, and looks like Broughton's having a heck of a football game. Obviously, they've got 38 points in the third quarter, but he made that look easy. And a nice job, Coach, to gather that snap and keep composure.
Yeah, most guys would go down on a knee, so that tells you, he's been back there a long time. A lot of quarterbacks would go to catch that and go down on a knee.
Yeah, we're back at live action here with all our 3 games. The one game that we had has gone final. That is Ed White hangs on to beat Atlantic Coast 16-9. And let's stay on this Trinity Christian Riverside game. Trinity with the ball going right to left there. They're in the whites. And just to catch you up to where we're at in that Creekside Fleming game, we'll show you what happened moments ago. Harrison Garrido, who looks like he's having a heck of a night. This is just a short time ago. He ended up scoring. That cut the deficit to 10. But then obviously Fleming Island had a touchdown, and now Sean Aschenfelder has had a touchdown since. So it's still 10, but they just keep ticking up the scoreboard a little bit, 38-28. That was just a short time ago. You saw it live here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martin, Stuart Weber, our Hall of Fame coach, Kevin Sullivan as well. Sully, why all the scoring? What do you think? What do you contribute it to?
I just think it's a much better quarterback play, a lot more wide open offenses going on. The throwing and catching with 7-on-7, I'm sure that helps. But I think it's a lot of these guys have played together a lot of years and comfortable in the offense. And I think the coaching's gotten better. The specialty of the wideouts are a lot better. As you know, we've got a lot of talented wideouts and quarterbacks in our area. And I think that just leads to really good football.
Yeah, Broughton, by the way, just did another nice job with that snap on the top right. Casey and Brian, let's not go to break just yet. Let's stay with this Trinity Christian possession down at the bottom, because they are looking like they're knocking on the door of the red zone. They're in actually the red zone at the 19-yard line. We're a tie game in the fourth quarter here, 14-14. Did I miss something? Was it the interception a while ago now and they got the ball back? Or was there a penalty on the play?
Riverside turned it over.
Oh, I missed that.
I think either Riverside fumbled it forward to Trinity. I couldn't quite tell because the screen, but it looked like they may have fumbled it to Trinity.
Okay, so we had
right there about the 35-yard line.
Okay, so we had back-to-back turnovers there. I missed that.
Lennox Hires there, by the way, with that nice pickup for Trinity, and looks like we got a timeout on the field.
Yeah, might have a water break there.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
Did they catch that ball in the top right there for Fleming Island?
No.
Incomplete, okay. They were asking for more, huh? 38, not enough.
Be aggressive, man. Be aggressive.
Yeah, they ain't sitting on that lead. Not against, not the way these defenses are playing in this football game. It's been a quiet game, a little bit behind us. Our game of the week, the Beachside Tokoi Creek game in the second half, been pretty quiet. It was 22-19 at halftime, and that's it.
Still 22-19.
That's as far as we know. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, real quick, let's take a look at the scoreboard if we can over there, and maybe just check in on some of the other action. Mandarin is over Rockledge, coach. Looks like Mandarin trying to get back on a better track, and they're up 24-7. So that's a good news for the Mandarin. They actually win 24-7. So good news for Mandarin.
That's good win for them getting back on it.
Yeah. Wasn't that 7-2 at the half? That's what I saw the score was when I came on air.
They were down 7-2?
7-2. Well, like I prefaced it by saying those aren't always correct.
Yeah.
As we know.
That's not always correct. You're right. And of course, as soon as I went over here, like the scoreboard shifted.
The board decided to
abort on the scoreboard.
Board got
We'll
wonky.
go back to the scoreboard in a little bit. I promise. I just wanted to make sure we're not. We got to keep people in tune with some of the other games going on, which I know we have on our ticker as well. You can check some of those. So, but we'll jump in on those in a bit. And again, 10:30 on the Friday Night Blitz, we have all the action from around the area in highlight fashion. Broughton and company, first down, and a little wide on that one. This is Fleming Island, Creekside again. 38-28 is the score. We're still in the third, so we got a lot of football to be played. They're going to take us all the way to the Friday Night Blitz, I think, out there in Fleming Island tonight. And then Riverside and Trinity Christian. Let's go to that one, guys, in that bottom box if we can, because it looks like Trinity, Weber, is on the doorstep in a 14-14 game.
Yeah, it looked like 5 or 6 minutes to go in this game. So midway through the fourth quarter, here is a run and into the end zone. That is Terrell Dallas. Terrell Dallas. Oh, you like that? They got pronouncers on this roster.
They do?
Yeah. You got all the
Oh, yeah, I didn't even look at
right
that.
there, yeah.
How about that?
And they did it for us to look at, I guess. So 4:56 to go, and into the end zone, Trinity Christian.
And a fist pump from Dad, it looked like right there, right?
Little dad cam right up
Yeah,
there.
man.
Shout out to
we know what that's like.
Director Nick up there. Man amongst the people. Man of the people.
So anyway, there you see the situation with Trinity now. It's like 5 minutes to go in the game,
Yep.
and Trinity takes the lead. And now Riverside has to try to answer. Good football game we've got there with Trinity and Riverside.
By the
That
way,
game originally scheduled that Riverside moved to Trinity.
Big extra point coming here, because
You never know.
you never know.
Good snap, good hold, and
The kick is good.
it is good.
All right.
There we go.
Good stuff there.
It's a good
As they
game, that
convert.
one.
Yeah, that is a good game. All right, I think these guys wanted to take a break, and I don't think it's a bad idea, so we can finish off that game with 5 minutes to go. Obviously, a lot more highlights coming from Fleming and Creekside, and we got Beachside and Tocoy Creek, and it appears there's an injury in that game. That's why we haven't been showing you much of that one. But it looks like they'll get back to action in a moment. We're going to go picture-in-picture during the timeout with Creekside Fleming Island. The score 38-28 in the third quarter. The Golden Eagles at home lead the Creekside Knights. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Zone
Nobody
Blitz.
but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Action Sports Jax 24/7 network is streaming. I'm Stuart Weber, and I'm here to teach you a nice 3-step process on how you can watch all your favorite programming from the Brent and Austin Show every weekday 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. or the Cup Date with me. It's fantastic. We talk NASCAR. It's a great time. Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. All right, first step, easy. Download the Action News Jax app. You probably already have it downloaded on your phone, so you might already have that one taken care of. Step 2. See that stack of pancakes up there? You click that stack of pancakes, and it's going to bring down step number 3, which is a full screen of all the different streams that you can click on, including the Action Sports Jax 24/7 stream. You click that, the video's rocking and rolling on your mobile device. You're watching all the shows you want to, and you're having a good time. You can also do it on your smart TV with the Action News Jax Now app. I do it on my Samsung TV at home. It's a great way to watch it on a nice, large screen for all the content. That's the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Hope you can find it.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Well, we're showing you these games on the Friday night Zone Blitz here. We do it every Friday night. We've got some dandies as well. The Surf and Turf Bowl, Tokoi Creek, Beachside with the football in the lead 22-19. And at the end of the third quarter, top right, we just went to the fourth, and there was a punt in that game. Creekside forced Fleming the punt. That's significant because they trail by 10. They get the ball now, and they'll need a big fourth quarter. Meanwhile, on the bottom screen, we've got Trinity Christian Riverside. Trinity just scored, take a lead. Riverside now has the football, and a nice pass over the middle, by the way. Oh, yeah, we got some action going on late. We're going to show it all to you, the final few minutes of that game. We're under 5 minutes to go in the contest. Still plenty of time to go. Let's bring you back out here. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, our coach Kevin Sullivan. Want to give you some other scores. Last night, Ponte Vedra beat Leesburg. They hung on after getting out to a 21-0 lead. Baker County, that was a heck of a game against Godby, but they lose 39-34. We showed you Ed White Atlantic Coast win 16-9 here on the show live. We're keeping an eye on that one right there with Riverside and Trinity. I was at the Fletcher game earlier, 21-17, Flagler Palm Coast up by 4 at last check. Bradford leading Palatka, that defense doing a number once again. Terry Parker over Yulee. Terry Parker the last couple of weeks starting to play some ball, by the way. Bowles, big over Columbia, 28-3. And let's see something. Mandarin, we mentioned, 24-7 win. Hey, Stanton, good win for them, 16-8 over Wolfson. And anything else catch my eye right now? Not really. We'll check back a little bit. Here's Stuart Weber with some of the games we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, hey, welcome out to our featured matchups here. Of course, mentioned Surf and Turf Bowl, our game of the week, Beachside and Tokoi Creek, Creekside and Fleming Island. That one has been awesome if you like points. If you like defense, I'm sorry. 38-28 right now, Fleming Island in the lead. Ed White has picked up the win over Atlantic Coast, holding off the Stingrays in that one. And hey, we are in for a great finish. Trinity Christian and Riverside. By the way, Glen Academy game has been rescheduled. We're keeping an eye on those Georgia games. By the way, if you're following Georgia high school football, they made the decision to extend their regular season by a week due to all the impacts of Hurricane Helene. It actually doesn't affect their state championship series because they had a built-in bye week in the middle of the playoffs. So really, this just pushes all those games back an extra week, and now it'll be a run all the way to the Bends as teams look to make a trip to the state championship game in Georgia. Glen Academy coming off a tough loss on Monday night against their rivals from Brunswick. That game rescheduled.
All right, back out here, we show you a couple games we're keeping an eye on. Missed field goal by Beachside moments ago. Creekside has the football down 10 to Fleming Island as we begin the fourth quarter. And it looks like a third down maybe for Creekside. Might be another punt in that game. And then let's take, we'll get to this one in a moment. But Trinity Christian Riverside is the next game that's going to end. And that's what we're showing you right here. Riverside has the football at about the 20-yard line. And it's incomplete. I don't go down in distance and everything, but we got a flag. So
we got a flag.
That means it's going to be a first down. This game is about a few minutes to go. Got a little humidity issue with the camera. That's why there's a little bit of fog there, but that's okay. You can see some of the action anyway. And we're showing you the end of this one live. Trinity 21, Riverside 14, but the Generals are driving. Coach Sullivan, looks like we could have a good finish here.
Yeah, this one's going to go down to the wire. I'm trying to see what the officials are sorting out. That was a flag from the side judge. If that was interference, that's not. I don't know how he could call that, but I'm just waiting to see. But yeah, this game again. They all grew up together, playing in all the different Pop Warner associations out there, and that game's always fun, year in and year out.
Well, what a nice pass up in that top right by Sean Ashenfelder there on third down. Just lobbed it over the defender. And, I'll tell you, the quarterbacks that have played a lot of football in this area, we're watching two of them with Broughton and Ashenfelder. They look so comfortable sitting back there and knowing the offense. The game's so slow for them. It's kind of fun when that happens to the kids.
By the way, Kilmer, another one over at Tokoi Creek. I feel like he's been there since the school started, which he probably has because the school only started 4 years ago.
Gosh. He goes to bed thinking of that stuff, man. All right, now a touchdown pass right across the middle of the field, and now Riverside and Trinity look to be almost tied up, 21-20, as long as there's no penalty there. You just saw it live. That's Riverside driving the field after giving up a touchdown, and with a couple of minutes to go in the game, they are an extra point away from tying it up.
No big surprise there. Tayshawn Gelsey, your main guy to go to. If you're Glenn Foreman III, his number one target, hauls in that touchdown. And as I mentioned earlier, the extra points become even more important this time of the game. That one is through, and we are tied at 21 apiece.
You know what's crazy is earlier in the game when they took a 14-7 lead, they had an extra point that just went over the crossbars. I think it got deflected, but it did go in. How about 22-19 at the end of the third? The third quarter had nothing for us, including a missed field goal in terms of the scoreboard. So maybe the fourth will be super dynamic in that one. 21-21 should be the score. They just haven't updated the scoreboard. And meanwhile, while that was happening, Creekside just fumbled the football, and there goes Broughton. That might be the game right there. They're up 38-28, make it 44-28, and that one almost like crushed the Knights, you could tell, because fumble in your own end, and you're like, ugh. Gut punch, and they couldn't recover on defense. That's a quick strike for Broughton, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, they just blocked it, and he just hit the crease and was gone. There was nobody there. That's a really nice shot by them. But the big turnover there, you know, Creekside was having their way a little bit, moving and doing a great job on the ground and just getting that turnover and then a big touchdown there for Fleming Island.
Let's take the Toros and surf. Look at this. We got a little action in between the third and fourth quarter. We like this. The college theme.
Are they playing Tom Petty? Don't back down.
Let's listen. Coach, we weren't thinking we were going to listen to you.
That was in the background.
Oh, that was in the background. It had to be in the background. Yeah, that's it, Coach. Okay.
That's good stuff. Had me fooled for a second, or maybe I was just hoping that was the background. That's fun stuff, man. Are they doing that? I've never.
I've seen them do some light shows between the third and fourth before there at Telcourt Creek. So that's good stuff.
Well, Sully, isn't it crazy? Like, and we should give a shout out here in a moment to Joe Reynolds, but I'm thinking like he celebrated 48 years in retirement today at Fletcher, which we'll get to in a bit. But remember when? Like you flip the lights on, and this was only like 20 years ago. It would take 25 minutes for the lights to come on.
Yeah.
Now all these new high schools, they can turn them off and on whenever they want. They can have music going to them. I mean, these kids just don't get it, Coach.
No, it's crazy. If those lights went out or there was a power outage, it'd be all right. We got 20, 25 minutes for them to cool down and heat back up to turn back on. Yeah, that's crazy. But, yeah, hats off to Joe. Done a lot of positive things out there at Fletcher. You know, the funny thing is, the story about Joe Reynolds is, you know, I got here, 1998 or whatever I got here. And you know, we played Fletcher. We always play Fletcher every year. And about 2000, I said to Marty Lee, I said, Marty, how old is Joe? He got to be about ready to retire. And that was like in 2000.
You know what's funny is I think I have a similar story. Like I told them tonight, I was like, I feel like you've been trying to retire for the last 15 years. Like you got off the sideline, then you were like, he's going to step down, lesser role, and it was really just last spring that he gave up the athletic director duties, and now he goes tonight is his last day actually. As boy, I tell you what, Fleming Island's really turning up the noise now as they get to Ashenfelder's got no protection on the last couple of plays, and the Golden Eagles looking good as they are up 45 to 28. More on Joe Reynolds coming up a little bit later.
Game?
What's that?
Is this a district game?
No, the district for Creekside is just Sandalwood and Atlantic Coast.
Oh,
now,
okay.
Toros go up top, and it looked like a punt. Would have been an interception, but it's dropped.
Knocked away there. At the same time, we saw a big sack in that Trinity or Riverside game as well. That backs up the Conquerors. They are deep in their own territory. I don't know if they're already down the fourth down or not. It looks like you got a
it looks like they got a
punt team coming on. And that's going to give Riverside great field position very late in that tied game, 21-21.
Our humidity
these are all living up to the billing as far as scoring points, and the Riverside Trinity game is just going to go down to the wire. I can't believe Tatoya Creek and Beachside, no points in the second half.
Yeah, I know, a little surprised, but I'm watching that Fleming Island. That Fleming Island defense all the way right now is turning it up a notch against Creekside as they're starting to dominate the game. Did we just lose Riverside and Trinity?
It's been happening with that camera here for a little bit. It'll come back up here in a second.
I was going to say the humidity issue isn't getting any better on that camera.
No, it's not. It's
which is out of our control.
We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight through this one.
Fight through.
We had some gremlins tonight. I spent a good 30 minutes trying to battle some technical gremlins in the first hour of the show. So
the gremlins are tough.
You got to work through the gremlins sometimes.
There he is.
That's it.
We're back.
All right, Nick's back. He had to work the hand crank on the side of it to get the power going in that camera. Actually, look, he fixed the humidity.
How did it happen?
He fixed it.
What just happened?
I
Nice
don't
job,
know.
Nick.
All right. I'm hoping it was the last bit of advice I sent him by text frantically about 5 minutes ago. Maybe that was the fix.
By the way, it was worth going to black for
It
that.
was, yeah. That definitely solved the problem for now.
Okay, so hey, this is a big deal. We got to text with Nick and see how much time's left in this game. Because it's got to be, we've got to be inside 2 minutes to go. And now Riverside coach is going to get the football in a pretty good spot. That's the danger of punting out from your own end. And they're going to get it well into Trinity Christian territory.
Yeah, it really sets up good, especially for what their passing game with Gelsey and the two running backs there. They should be able to get the ball to those guys.
Yeah, look out for Gelsey now. That's obviously the go-to guy. Just caught the touchdown to tie the football game up. And, let's stay with this one, guys. They'll get the ball at the 37-yard line. Trinity needs – oh, boy, Trinity's all confused. Oh, my God.
And they're offsides.
A lot going on right there. I don't think they ever did go. Plus, I hate that rule in high school football, so I'm glad they didn't call it.
Yes, they should be able to get back.
I can't believe how nice – it's like he changed his camera. Oh, boy, here we go. What do we got here, Weber? Number one.
You got Miles Kendrick for Riverside. Really, the offense for them really flows through 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Yeah.
Miles Kendrick, Tayshawn Gelsey. Kendrick's the Indiana commit, Gelsey the Gator commit, and then Glenn Foreman, the third playing point guard as the quarterback with those two fantastic weapons to work with.
Oh, by the way, Coach, now, listen, I don't think Riverside has a great kicking,
situation.
Their situation I don't think is ideal.
It's not ideal.
But now you're inside the 20. Now that brings the kick into play here.
Yeah, and it also brings the running game back into play, too, just to be able to eat up the rest of the clock and not giving Trinity the ball back no matter if you score points or not. If they get the field goal, they eat up some clock. If they score the touchdown, you just don't want to give Trinity a lot of time left.
All right, here's the handoff. And running straight up the middle.
Yeah.
Speaking of running, right?
Yeah, big pickup there. That is number 9 for Riverside. We have Sherman Davis listed here on the roster.
Yeah, he scored a touchdown earlier in the first start of that third quarter.
Okay, there you go. So we got 1:31 to go, and the clock is ticking, tied at 21. Thank you, Nick. Sorry, viewers, a little jarring there, but we needed that information for you.
Oh, we don't care if it's jarring for your eyes, people.
Well, they wanted to know, too, at home, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
We're not.
Maybe it just bothers me.
It does bother you, but nobody else.
But, we fixed the lens, so I'm happy.
You should be happy here.
We got that one fixed. You got to jump on the offensive line.
Oh, my goodness. Come on, guys.
Oh, we got a big play for the Toros.
Oh, that's Vinny G.
Vinny G into the end zone. Yeah.
In the crowd.
Leaps into the arms of the crowd.
I got a feeling he's more turf than surf. He is. He's a Toro.
He is. That's right. Oh, how about it?
He looks like a steak and potatoes guy.
Vinny G listed on your roster at 5'9", 180. Junior running back.
The reason we call him Vinny G is because we really can't pronounce his last name.
I'm going to say Galela. I'm not
Galela.
even. Yeah, Galela.
big
Yeah, I think you're
here.
right. So another big point after.
This will make it a 4-point game. Kick is up, and
They whistled it
whistle
dead.
before.
And by the way, Beachside just missed a field goal on the previous possession. So obviously there's some critical moments, huge moment there for Tokoi Creek trying to scratch off another win. Here's Riverside now. They'll keep it.
Foreman keeps it.
Oh, nice job by Trinity.
Really good work there by that Trinity defense. But the thing is that the longer this goes, the more clock is going to keep running off.
Right.
We've mentioned we don't exactly know how the kicking situation there. Oh, so we got a timeout there by Riverside. Nick gets us a nice scoreboard shot. Shells
Nick,
us.
good job, buddy.
Boy, Nick, we got 38.1 ticks to go. There's the extra point from a little further away for Tokoi Creek, up and good, so that makes it a 4-point game. Creekside down a few scores, but Harrison Garrido says, you know what, I'm live on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. I'm taking it into the end zone.
This kid loves the camera, man. I mean, he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player. They're not dead yet.
No.
For the Creekside Knights, but I mean, 45 to...
Quick math, that'll make it 35 after the extra point.
Yeah.
10-point game.
10-point game.
We've seen crazier things, believe it or not.
Yep. Shout out to DR, our videographer on that game. We sent him outside his normal cone. He's an SJC guy. Had to cross the St. John's, go over to Clay tonight.
This may be the earliest our games have finished.
Well, of course, that's how that works sometimes. We're in here till 10:30, till the Friday Night Blitz. So
yeah, well, usually, I mean, we've had games going all the way through the show sometimes on the Blitz, and even to 10:27 last week, I think, with the St. Aug and Nice game. Again, keep in mind, this started at 7, actually, this one. Usually, even Duval County 6:30, but switch it to Trinity, so 7. So here we go. Tie game here on this Riverside Trinity Christian. Oh, wow. Tackled him? Or did they just run into each other? Well, Trinity kid's not complaining much.
He threw a flag. He tackled him. He was beat.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure that's a bad play.
all right, so that's going to move him even closer.
By the way, not a spot foul in high school, so it's just half the distance.
And it looks like they had a.
Oh, okay.
Looks like they had a goal to go as well.
After the penalty, the ball moved down to the 4-yard line.
So they're going to be at the 4.
And coach, it's not an automatic first down either, right?
No.
Do you like that?
The 4 going in.
Yeah. That part I kind of might like. You get like halfway to and you don't. I mean, you get the down back.
Yeah.
But it's not an automatic first down. Kind of keeps it exciting. In the NFL, this game would be over right now. Ball would be at the 1-yard line, 1st and goal. Not yet here.
Yeah.
2nd down from the 4.
About 30 seconds to go in the game. Tied at 21, Riverside and Trinity. Riverside in the black jerseys. Foreman going to keep it himself. And actually, sorry, they went Wildcat there instead, so that wasn't their quarterback. That was Sherman Davis, the running back.
Okay, he's been,
number 9.
Carrying. But they got him at the 2 there.
Timeout.
They got to call a timeout.
There's another timeout for
a few seconds to do
Riverside. Yeah, it all matters.
I think, Coach, we always talk about this here on the show as we watch these games wind down, and it's not in critical fashion, just in reality. It's these late game situations. We're so used to watching football in the NFL, or watch what the Falcons did last night, right? And how quick they were able to execute it. This is not that. I mean, it's a lot harder to execute these late game situations at this level, right?
Yeah, definitely. As much as you prepare for it, you're still dealing with 16, 17, 18-year-old kids, trying to keep the emotion out and trying to just, hey, calm down, relax, let's play ball. We've done it. It's not a big deal. To me, it falls on the coach a lot.
Well, it does, but I mean, also it just makes sense. I mean, you don't have a lot of experience doing it. I mean, how many times a year do you even get in these kind of situations? And then you've got kids that just haven't even played high school football, or a lot of it. So a lot of it just makes sense that it would be clunky and harder to do, and you kind of miss some opportunities. So, but we're so used to watching college and NFL just nail these kind of situations.
17 seconds to go is your time, and we got another timeout.
So it's 3rd down and goal from the 2.
3rd and goal from the 2.
Tie game.
Tie game, 17 seconds to go. You think in college and NFL, this thing's over, right? Just kick the field goal. You know what? In high school, it doesn't always work like that.
Coach, actually, that's a great call by Stewart. What are you thinking here? Because it is like an extra point. So 3rd down play, and then
try to get some with the quarterback, maybe on a rollout, get a run pass option for the quarterback. Still have a timeout in your pocket. Don't throw the interception. Throw it away. Don't take the sack. That kind of thing is what you're telling them right now. If it's there, go, and then we'll take the timeout and kick it.
And we do think Riverside has one more timeout. We're not sure, but we think.
We've seen them use 2.
Yes.
I know we've seen them use 2.
Trinity just called 1.
Trinity just called the 1 after the Riverside one.
All right, so let's go back to that game full, guys. Here we go. 3rd and goal from the 2, 17 seconds to go. Tie game, 21-21. Riverside with the football at Trinity Christian. And here we go. Looks like Foreman is going to get it. And he's going to throw it up to Gelsey. Why not? And Gelsey, the Florida commit, is able to win the battle.
And really, that wasn't really like a great ball. It was more of a line. I mean, I would have, throw it up in the air. Gelsey's 6'4", goes up and jumps, but he sort of just threw it at him. Nice job by both those guys. That's good clock management for them. It's incomplete. They kicked the field goal. I'm sure that's what Coach was thinking.
Yeah, and by the way, Coach, that is a very much like basketball play, right? I mean, basically out of a timeout, you just say, hey, we're getting it to our guy. We're going to run a screen or we're going to do this or whatever. In basketball, I mean, Gelsey is a difference maker. I mean, kids going to Florida, it's hard to defend him. I mean, Trinity's got a lot of talent, but hard to defend him. They just used their guy and ran a play for him, basically.
I want to say, by the way, for like 6 straight years, we saw Trinity just do this in the end zone. That touchdown play from short distance to get it in. Verlin Dormany before the season told us, look, we're going to take our lumps this year. We got a young squad. That defensive back was a freshman, by the way,
was he?
trying to cover Gelsey.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
You know what? He's going to learn from this experience, though. And 3 years from now, when he's a senior, look out, especially with all those guys on that roster.
Well, Coach, he had tackled him on the earlier play to get interference. He might have wanted to do it again, but I think they ran the play so quick that he couldn't really even react to it. Tough play for him, but you're right. He'll get better off that and going up against Gelsey in that situation. And nice job by Riverside to be able to execute. They got the ball on the 38-yard line, I think, with maybe a shade over 2 minutes to go. And they were able to come back from 7 down in the fourth quarter in the final 5 minutes, and they'd score twice. And it looks like they're going to win because there's only 12 seconds to go in the football game. Meanwhile, if here's the extra point. And I'll tell you what, I think that kicker would have made it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bad
kick.
Basically, an extra point is what he would have needed for the win.
Yeah, that's good. Good-looking kick, though. I think the other one just had been blocked. That's why it looked so goofy.
I think let's go to that game of the week, shall we? Beachside and Tokoi Creek. This is a 4-point game. Tokoi leads it by 4, but Beachside is driving.
So 26-22 is the score. Tokoi in the lead. Keep in mind, Beachside missed a field goal a bit ago, or they could be in field goal range, but they're right outside, right inside the 25-yard line.
This is Eddie Jordan, your quarterback. He's going to keep it himself around the right end. Tries to cut it back to the middle, but the Toros were waiting. Tackle there by Garrett Mitchell, senior defensive end.
How much time we got in this one, do we know?
I think there's a decent time, like 5 minutes or so. Meanwhile, we're showing you Creekside.
Ashenfelder uncorking one.
Wow, did he catch that?
I think he did. If he stayed in bounds. And
that's a heck of a catch.
He did.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
Heck of a catch.
That Sean Ashenfelder guy, he got an arm, doesn't he?
Yeah, Eros Toffer, I believe, is the wide receiver there. That's number 14 again.
Here's Jordan again, this time throwing the ball. Big pickup for Beachside. Sheds a tackler and into the end zone.
Drew Lagata, no, 18.
Maddox Hunstad with the touchdown for Beachside. So back and forth we go. The entire third quarter, nothing. They waited until the fourth for all the action to come at you.
That's what we wanted.
That's it.
Coach, that's a nice design play right there. I like that.
Yeah, he just pulled a little RPO and stayed with it and kept his eyes down the field and threw to the DV. Should have tackled and knocked him out of bounds, but that's a good job by those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I like those safe plays. Meanwhile, Ashenfelder throwing it all over the yard right now, throwing it far right, far left. And they got a defensive stop. So it's 45-35. Ashenfelder and the Knights trying to get down the field and create a hectic finish as they are down by 10 points. But they are driving once again. And as you see now, 29-26 in favor of Beachside, but there's a half a quarter to go here.
Yeah, 6 minutes and change to go. Meanwhile, Trinity getting set for what's going to be, got to be coming up to Hail Mary time soon. They already had the return. Probably looks like they got penalized on that because they're all the way back now to inside the 20. And it's going to take a little magic for the Conquerors, down by 7.
Oh, this has got to be like a one-play deal because there are 12 seconds on the kick.
Yeah.
So here we go.
We're running.
I'm going to run. And you might want to pitch it back in a second.
Pitch it back.
Pitch it back.
Tackled in bounds.
Ooh.
Well, that's going to do it, unless there's some kind of penalty that extends it, I think.
Final horn sounds, they say, over the PA system, and the handshake line is being formed. So that's your finish there, and your final score, 28-21 in favor of Riverside.
A heck of a job, though. The last 5 minutes, they came and scored 2 touchdowns after trailing 21-14. Good football game between Riverside and Trinity Christian, and congrats to Riverside as they find a way to win. They've been in a bunch of barn burners this year, a lot of close games, and Gelsey with the winner. Foreman found him. Nice play call on 3rd and goal from the 2-yard line. They were able to get it done. Meanwhile, Creekside is inside the red zone, actually just about the 10-yard line. They continue to move. Don't know how much time left is in this one. I think there's a few minutes at least. Down by 10. Ashenfelder looking for the end zone and just overthrows his guy. There you go. 3:11 to go. Down by 10. And if they have all their timeouts, they've got a chance here. But they got to score relatively quickly on 2nd down and goal from the 9.
Yeah, and they really could, keep running the football. And Fleming's sort of content. They're not really bringing any pressure or anything on them on this whole drive. They're just playing defense. And Ashenfelder's done a nice job picking them apart here.
Well, so here they go. 2nd and goal from the 9. They are going to run, but with Sean. And Sean takes it up inside the 5-yard line, got close to the goal line. They keep battling. Creekside fall behind 31-14 at halftime. It's been kind of a
They got to get up there and run another play here.
Point lead the whole time. Well, I think coach is right here too. I mean, the clock might not matter that much. They've got to come up with a defensive stop.
Or the onside kick,
Yeah, or onside, you're right. Here comes Sean Ashenfelder, touchdown as he walks into the end zone. And there you go. This is the closest they've been since the first half, coach.
Yeah, they'll go kick it, beat it by 3. So you got probably, 2.5 minutes maybe? 2:40, 2:30 left in the game, so probably onside kick time right there.
I think the kicker's a pretty good kicker, too. Yeah. So if they were able to get the football back now down by 3 rather than having to kick a field goal in that spot, you got yourself a chance. Stay tuned on that one. We got 2 good football games we're keeping an eye on here as we approach 9:45 on the Friday night Zone Blitz. And as I say that, they missed the kick.
Oh, man, that's a killer.
That is a killer.
Brett. You did it to him.
I had already mailed in. I think that might be the first time they've missed an extra point this year.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's not my fault. It's definitely not my fault.
Your kids graduated already, so you don't have to go there anymore.
That's right. I don't have to show up there at all. Still game there. 2:40 to go. 45-41. As the Toros get here comes Vinny G again. They're down 29-26 now. Hey, Coach, does that, because they're down by 4 now, does that change what you do here? Will you onside kick instead of kick deep?
No, I think you definitely onside kick now. I think before you may have kicked deep with 3 timeouts to play field position battle, but I think here you definitely have to kick onside. Okay. I think if they made that, he might have kicked deep, 2:40 left, 3 timeouts. They could stop him, but they definitely got to kick onside here. And here's what I don't like Fleming Island, too. Their kids are on the line right there. They should back those kids up a couple feet, 2 yards. That way they got room to move.
Well, because you still got to go 10 yards, remember. Looks like they're definitely. It can't be
like the old days. The old days, they'd put 11 of them on that, 10 guys on that side.
Well, here you go. And the question is, did they touch the ball at the right before 10 yards, but it looked like it hopped over him. Coach, I think they just got the onside kick.
Wait, well, nobody threw a flag.
Nobody did. They just pointed Creekside's way. They got the football.
Wow.
Crazy. So here's the deal now as we show you the 2 games. Tocoi Creek and Beachside. Tocoi Creek looks like they're about midfield, 46-yard line. They trail by 3 to Beachside in our game of the week here in the Friday Night Zone Blitz. As we approach 10 o'clock, we get the Friday Night Blitz with all the highlights coming up at 10:30 right here as well in the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. On the right-hand side, Creekside, who was down 31-14 and also 45-28 in the 4th quarter, 31-14 at halftime, 45-28 in the 4th. Just made it 45-41. They missed an extra point, and so they're down 4. They just got an onside kick, but they have the ball at midfield with 2.5 minutes to go and timeouts. So here's Harrison Garrido, because you can run the football, and you probably don't want to give Fleming Island a chance anyway, Coach.
No, again, like I said, I don't know on the onside kick how they didn't try to field that ball. I thought maybe they touched it, but like you said, it went over their head. But yeah, they got the whole offense. They don't have to go for big chunks yet. They still can run the whole offense. Garrido should have gone out of bounds on that one.
Well, time's not a factor here now, right?
Well, they got to score a touchdown. I still think time's a factor now. But, you can save your timeouts and not have to burn them, and they're using a bunch of clock here.
Oh, there's Sean Ashenfelder. He gets the first down and a little bit more, and they'll stop the clock momentarily. And we go inside 2 minutes to go there in a heck of a football game. Meanwhile, Tokoi Creek, Beachside's territory. They're going up top to try to take the lead, and he caught it. Did he keep his feet in? He did not.
Yep, he was right there.
Well, meanwhile,
they're taking a shot.
How about Garrido? He gets stopped, and then he shakes and bakes and runs down to the 25-yard line. This kid's a heck of a player for Creekside. Harrison Garrido with a tough run as he goes down around the 25. Looks like he might have asked out of the game there, so hopefully he's okay. First down for Creekside. Under 2 minutes to go, down 45-41. Sean Ashenfelder hands off. Nope, he doesn't. He keeps it. He gets the edge and picks up an easy 5 yards. They got plenty of time now, Coach, as they approach the 20-yard line in the red zone, down by 4.
Yeah, it looks like the Fleming Island guys are tired. A lot of hands on their knees and on their hips.
Well, there you see the scene. It's 1:30 to go, 1:23 to go now. It's second down around the 20, and Beachside gets called for a flag as Tokoi Creek's trying to go down the field and at least tie the game up. I believe it's still 29-26 Beachside with a few minutes left in that game as we go side by side in these two barn burners. Friday night Zone Blitz, Jaguars Prep, Whataburger, Action Sports Jax 24/7 Network. Glad to have you along. 3:27 to go, 29-26 on your left. That's Tokoi Creek and Beachside in our game of the week. Brett Ortno, Stuart Weber, Kevin Sullivan, the entire Action Sports Jax team as they settle down the laundry there and try to figure it out, but it looked like it was pass interference is what they called. And on the right, looks like we have a timeout and a coach. I think they might have given Fleming Island a timeout just to catch their breath. Coach might have called one there as Creekside has the football down 4 with minute 23 to go and a chance to win the football game on the road after trailing by 17 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they haven't tried to bring any kind of pressure off the edge and everything. Maybe they just don't want them to squirt Garrido up the middle up in there. But, everything's going to run through Sean anyways, the quarterback, Ashenfelder. And so I might heat him up and maybe bring an extra guy because they haven't blitzed at all in the last 2 drives that we've watched.
These games are wild. We had fantastic finishes. Ed White made 2 big defensive stops to beat Atlantic Coast. That seems like an hour ago now in one of the games we're showing you live. And then we just had Riverside score 2 touchdowns in the final 5 minutes to beat Trinity Christian 28-21. They won with 17 seconds to go on the clock. And now we've got Tokoi Creek. Look at them all the way down to the 10-yard line, down 29-26 with the football against Beachside. 3.5 minutes to go in the football game, and it looks like they moved early.
And that's what happens. You got they're sort of in Wildcat. That's not the quarterback running the ball.
Yeah.
So you get a different cadence, and so it sort of messes with everybody. In that situation, I would just let the center snap it when he's ready to go, truthfully, instead of having the kid call it with the hand clap and everything.
Well, both offenses with the football now must love their situations. Plenty of time on the clock, in striking distance, and now we show you Creekside, Fleming Island. Again, 45-41 Creekside trails, second down from the 22-yard line. Ashenfelder will keep it, and they stuffed that one. They did a heck of a job, and that's a big loss.
Why didn't he go out of bounds? He should have run out of bounds.
It's almost like he was told to
throw it,
let the clock go a little bit, right? But all right, so now Tokoi Creek. That's Julio Santiago. He's been a good player for them, and he got the direct snap, no go. Now, third down for Ashenfelder and Creekside, and he throws it to the sideline, and he's got a receiver. Beautiful throw and catch. Boy, I tell you what, Sean's dealing tonight. That's Aaron Sataros. Hopefully you have it right. Aaron Sataros there with a T to start that name. Junior wide receiver. Nice catch there and inside the 10-yard line. for Creekside as Coach Sean's really using the boundaries well.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Again, everything they're doing, they're just taking their time and attacking in certain spots. You know, they scored a touchdown here. I don't know if they're going to give them the ball back again with much time either.
All right, so here we go. On the right, that's Creekside with the football. It's Garrido. Guess who? Will he get in? Boy, Sean put his arms up. He thought he had a touchdown. That's inside the 5-yard line now. And we've got to be under a minute to go for sure in this game. And it's 2nd and goal from about the, looks like the 3.5 maybe. I don't know if they've got that at the 4 or 3, so we go in the middle and call it 3.5. You got
back run.
Yeah, here comes Aschenfelder. Will he get in? He bowls over the defender and into the end zone. So Creekside's able to score. He just wanted it a little bit more, and that's a tired Golden Eagles defense.
Yes.
And Creekside just took the lead. I didn't even see much celebration there.
No, told you we were going to be, this was going to be a wild one coming down to the end now. And again, I don't know if Fleming gets it back and has any time to score or not, but what we've watched the last couple of weeks, anything's possible.
It's unbelievable what we're able to show you at the finish of these games. These games have been unbelievable. Now an extra point. Missed the last one. He gets that one good, and it's 48-45 to make it a 3-point game. There's your situation with 23 seconds to go. Coach, I think these guys are also dog-tired. You didn't even see a celebration.
Yeah, they're probably like a little bit exhausted up and down the field. The guys on the sideline are going crazy, but the guys on the field, they just go off like business as usual.
I'll tell you what, I thought Sean Aschenfelder was brilliant in the 4th quarter. I think he was fumbled deep in his own end on a sack. But other than that, the ability to throw into some of those little honey holes there and amidst the zone defense and hit the boundary just shows you his touch. And Rutgers signee who will be heading there in January. Just some fantastic quarterback play. And, of course, he can use his legs, too. And now only 23 seconds to go. Creekside takes the improbable lead after being down 17. And in part, they did that because of an onside kick. They didn't even have to get a defensive stop. It's because of an onside kick. Now, we've got 2 minutes to go, I think Casey just said here. Under 2 minutes with Tokoi Creek. They trail 29-26. So they're right there for a field goal if they need it. And they might have to go for it because it looks like it's 4th down if the scoreboard is correct with 1.5 minutes to go in the football game. Well, I tell you what, Coach, that play right there looked like they were playing for the field goal, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what I like. I thought the same thing. They sort of ran the zoom motion across the back, a quarterback counter on that, and didn't look like they were really in any big hurry. They figured they were just going to kick it anyways.
Well, let's see this kick in the Creekside game, by the way. Hold your breath, Knights fans, on a return. And they get it at the 5. Looks like they got it covered good, but special teams has been a bit of a disaster at times for Creekside this year. But they're able to get him down. I think they got away with a face mask on that play, too. And they're complaining about it. The refs totally missed the face mask. Even Mike Borish saw the face mask. He's the one that alerted me. I'd say even, but I mean, he's working on the forecast and he still saw the face mask. All right, so here we go. From 25 yards out for the field goal and the tie in the Beachside Tokoi Creek game. Here go the Toros with about 1.5 minutes to play. They blocked it. Beachside able to get some mitts on it, and they've got the football. The Barracudas come away with it. What a big play by the special teams unit of Beachside. They had everything lined up. But, Coach, I hate the 3rd down play. That's why you hate the 3rd down play.
Yeah, and again, remember, they got that motion penalty on 1st and goal from like the 4 that put them back. And so, yeah, I didn't like that 3rd down play just because of that scenario right there. But, yeah, wow. Good job, Beachside.
Heck of a play. Beachside had missed a field goal earlier. Now they return the favor. Are they going to let somebody get behind them on defense? Good throw by Broughton down the field, but comes up a little empty as they were looking to get that big play to Corey Allen. And no go. There's just a couple plays left in this game. Fleming Island, Creekside. We've shown you all the action in the second half, and wow, has there been some action. That's what this show's all about, folks. It's the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Nobody else does anything like it. We're showing you all the live action from 4 different games, and every game we've had has been just a barn burner today, all the way down to the finish. Been awesome. And we've got a heck of a lot more football to show you on the Friday Night Blitz in a half hour. We're not done yet because we have committed to the uncommitted and some other things to get to here still on the show. All right, now Beachside just looks like they're going to have to try to knock this out.
Yeah, they're just eating up some time, and I think that's probably it right here.
I don't know the timeout situation, but it looks like they don't have any. Or they just decided to use one now.
That's their third and final.
Okay, well, we could hear the PA right there. That's their third and final timeout with 1:11 to go. So for all intents and purposes, this game's done.
And that was a good one, man. We knew it was going to be.
Fleming Island.
We've almost had that the whole time.
Fleming Island game, Coach, looks to be about done as well. We're going to take a timeout right after this, guys, and we'll begin our 10 o'clock hour right here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Broughton looking deep, throws it downfield, and they'll probably get a penalty. And they do.
Penalty.
That's going to be interference, no doubt about it. The one thing about this scenario, Coach, right? I mean, do you teach that at all? Like if you get beat, just go tackle them?
Yes. Yes, if you're beat, we live to play another down. If you don't tackle them, it's 6 points for the other team, especially in this situation because they got a long way to go with not a lot of time. And so you give them a 15-yard gain, but again, you just lost probably 6-7 seconds off the clock. You know.
Yeah, I mean, now, again, they'll have another play. And I'll tell you what, Broughton's arm's pretty strong now. I don't know if he can get it 62, though.
Yeah, I don't know either. But, again, you got to give yourself a chance. And it's either a touchdown the other way or the interference and give him 15. So I think that's a good job by the young man.
So what are you doing here? You throw deep or you try to just a lateral play?
I think they're going to try to take a shot.
Oh, instead they get a sack. You can't do that. He didn't see it coming. And let's see if we get a name for that young man. That's Tice Donnelly, the senior defensive lineman, and now the celebration ensues because the game's over. You just watch the final play. Creekside comes back from 17 points down, and now you see celebration from Beachside as that game's over as well. So a couple of big wins, one in St. Johns County, one in Clay County. Beachside beats Tokoi Creek on a blocked field goal, 29-26 they hold. And meanwhile, Creekside comes back from 45-28 down. They score 20 unanswered in the fourth quarter, and they win to beat Fleming Island. Sean McIntyre's team gets the win, and all of a sudden the Creekside Knights are pretty hot after that slow start, Coach.
Yeah, playing good down the stretch. We knew they'd sort of figure it out, get back on track a little bit. Boy, they could score some points, but I know Coach isn't happy about giving up all those points defensively that they've done the last couple of weeks.
All right, let's do this, guys. Let's take a break on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We'll have committed to the uncommitted coming up in a bit. Let's clear the fellas out at the game so we can get some post-game. We'll have Friday Night Blitz at 10:30, but we're not going anywhere. Committed to the uncommitted, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC. Coach Kevin Sullivan and I will tell you about a young man to keep your eye on, college coaches. Hopefully you'll check this guy out so we get a young man some recognition that's being under-recruited right now at the time. And while I say that, don't forget to send nominations in. We want seniors who are under-recruited. We want to be able to give them a little bit more exposure here on the show. Plus, it's a scholarship program on top of that. So why turn down a chance at some scholarship money for your student athlete, whether you're a principal, an AD, a coach, a mom, a dad, whatever it is, send them our way for high school football players, seniors that are under-recruited. We don't want the five-star guys and the guys going D1. We're looking at helping the kids out that aren't getting much attention right now. Let's take a timeout. Friday Night Zone Blitz. More action to come. What a night here in Northeast Florida, and some of the games we're able to show you here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
The best stories sometimes come after the game. Join us for in-depth conversations with local coaches Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 p.m., including our latest guest on the program.
We've had kids come up to us and say, we practice like this every day. Like that first spring, he's like, Coach, we got more done today than we would get done in a week last year. And it's always been that way. And through thick and thin, through hard and easy, through good and bad.
Catch up on the chats you missed by watching the After the Game playlist on our Action Sports Jax YouTube page.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Trying to get some coaches on that just won some of these big games in the area that we showed you. And, oh, man, what a night. We laugh a little bit because we love the show. We love the idea of the show, and we love the fact that you're watching. If you're watching, if you haven't watched, you got to start watching because we get this every week when we've been doing it. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, entire Action Sports Jax team doing a heck of a job on these Friday nights, giving you live pictures of featured games. We had 4 games that all came down to the wire tonight. We showed you every play of them and the finishes, just something we wouldn't be able to do in the past because it's already 10 o'clock and they just ended for the most part. But also on this Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, we are able to do this because we've got the real estate and the landscape to do it. We will have our normal Friday Night Blitz show, Jaguars Prep Whataburger Friday Night Blitz, coming up at the bottom of the hour. And we have college football on Fox 30, so it'll air on TV later, but it'll air right here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network at 10:30. So that's still to come. And don't forget, 11 o'clock, we show 15 minutes of band performances. So if your son, daughter, someone you know is in a band, you might be in our 15-minute segment at 11 o'clock. We do that each and every week here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz as well. And then we've got another edition of the Blitz coming up at 11:15. So that's the order. Our coach, Kevin Sullivan, joined us from the mountains tonight in North Carolina. He is safe and sound and doing okay, which is good to hear that. And Sully, just a heck of a night, man. This is fun. Oh, I lost Coach. Coach might have gone over to his other I might have not told him to stay on the phone part, so I might have to text him because we usually switch studios and we're not doing that tonight. So that's my bad. Let's take a look at some scores while we can, and I'll see if I can get. Now we might have lost Sully too, just because of some of the connection up there. So let me just tell him to stay on the phone right now. And we'll get him back in as you look at some of these scores, and we go through some of them. Ponte Vedra, we're going to show you some highlights of that in just a minute. Baker County was yesterday, too. Look at Terry Parker. Terry Parker beats Bishop Kenny last week and now beats Yulee tonight. We just showed you live Creekside, 48-45. What a wild game. Bradford poured it on against Palatka, Flagler Palm Coast over Fletcher. We're going to get to a special night at Fletcher tonight to recognize a man that's been working there almost a half a century. We showed you Riverside and Trinity. What a game, right down to the wire. Providence beat Impact 49-18, so they keep winning football games. Stanton doubles up Wilson. Mandarin over Rockledge 24-7. Fernandina Beach with a big win tonight. Fort White gets a win, or at least looks like they're about to get a win, 26-15 at last check. I got to assume that game is further beyond that unless they had some weather issues. Eagles View over Cedar Creek Christian, 44-26. Orange Park gets a W over West Side. Old Plate beats Hilliard, 19-0. We just showed you Beachside over Tokoi Creek. It's our game of the week. Marcel Robinson is gathering some reaction from that one, and we'll have that for you tonight. Here on the Friday Night Blitz in just a bit. Oak Hall beats Interlochen 50-28, so a lot of points. This is a good game here, and Bowles took care of business. They bounce back 42-17. Actually, they don't bounce back. I was thinking Bartram in my mind, who had lost last week. Bowles 42-17 gets the win, and I think that is it. Guys, let me know back there if Sully is back on. He is back on. Coach, my bad there. I know you usually shift over at 10 o'clock. I forgot to tell you we're staying here in the studio tonight. So glad to have you back. I thought I was going to be by my lonesome here for the next 20 minutes, and that could have been rough without you, Coach. I need you by my side here.
I appreciate that. Makes me feel good.
Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan. All right, Sully, let's do this. Let's talk about our Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnicht Buick GMC, and we do this each and every week on the show, and you picked a young man from Oakleaf High School. I think his nickname is Biggie, and this might be why.
Yeah, he's a big old body now. He's 6'2", about 320, and he's sort of the anchor down inside for those guys. I really liked his film, good motor, really big push inside. And, you know, if you've got a big inside shade technique on the center that can be disruptive, that really helps everybody. 3 technique, they move him inside sometimes, but a really good football player.
A little more on him that you sent me too. Some of the stats: 47 total tackles, 6 sacks, 7.5 tackles for loss. He's a captain of the team. Great size and strength. Obviously, they do a great job with Coach Foy in the weight room there. Sheds blocks, quick, and to bring the ball carrier down. What's interesting to me is this position, this interior of the line, has really been magnified, it looks like, in the NFL if you look at salaries, Coach. How magnified is it at the collegiate level? How tough is it to find these guys in the middle of the defense? Everybody wants the edge to get sacks, but how about these middle guys?
Well, the middle guys, to me, are the most important guys because they're the ones that get pushed and change everything and move the line of scrimmage. So you got a young man here, Biggie, and I love the nickname, and that gets a really good get off, a really good push, and uses his hands well and gets off blocks. And to me, you know, you got a kid that's pretty good test score, 3.0 grade point average, and just a really good player.
Yeah, so that's a young man out of Oakleaf High School. He is our Committed to the Uncommitted this week, and see highlights of him. And here's the idea now. We just want to make sure we give these guys some love. They're under-recruited. They can get on the radar. It's a tough time in college. Coming off the pandemic is where this program was born. And also, we give away $2,500 to a scholarship winner. So this is bigger than just getting exposure and telling you how good a young man is and maybe getting attention to college coaches. But wherever they end up, one of them will win a $2,500 scholarship thanks to our good friends at Nimnicht Buick GMC. We're proud of this program. We have a lot of fun with the program. We need more help on this program, though. If you know seniors that are under-recruited, you got to send them to Coach Sully or me, and we've got a list. But we want that list to grow. The more the merrier, and we can highlight the rest of this season. Amari Thomas, call him Biggie. He is this week's Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnicht Buick GMC. Brent Martineau, Kevin Sullivan, Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Jax team. We do have some highlights from last night that we can get to if you guys are ready to back there. And also keep an eye. First Coast Sandalwood actually tonight. And I think we have some other highlights from last night we might get to. But First Coast Sandalwood, let's get to that one tonight and what took place earlier this evening as First Coast was able to get a win, 28-14. Here we go at Sandalwood, who's had a rough go of it. First Coast trying to get a win on the road. And Naftali Adams chasing down the quarterback, and that's a sack in the early going of that football game. Bucks get the ball but they give it right back. Deflection, Trevante Daniels picks it off for Sandalwood. Saints seem like they're making more and more plays the last couple of weeks, coming to life a little bit. Chris Timmons gets the Saints on the board with a touchdown run, and points have been at a premium now for Sandalwood, but they're able to get in there. Hans Price comes in at quarterback for First Coast. And, oh, look, fumbled the snap, but was able to gather it. And then he threw off the tempo of everything except himself. Gets down the field, and First Coast Bucks are in business. Nemo Williams is going to finish the drive. He gets the handoff, and that's a touchdown. First Coast able to win 28-14 was the final, so they get the job done. As we told you last night, Ponte Vedra beat Leesburg 21-18. We'll show you a little bit of that tonight in the Friday night blitz coming up in just about 20 minutes. Hey guys back there, just keep an eye on the phone lines just in case we do have some coaches calling in. We gave some numbers out and might try to get those guys before 10:30. There you see all the scores. Our coach is up in the mountains, but he's on the phone. That's Kevin Sullivan. And let's talk more about a story that we talked about a little bit earlier today, and that's Joe Reynolds retiring. 48 years, coach, at Fletcher. I was out there tonight. They honored him in the first quarter. And standing ovation for Joe Reynolds. Started in 1976 as a PE teacher. I think he was a linebackers coach and the JV basketball coach, I think he said. Obviously became the head football coach at one time. Spent 20 years in that role. The winningest coach at Fletcher High School. And then was a longtime AD, just stepped down to that role last spring. And now he was trying to hang on a little bit and said, you know what, we're out of here. 48 years, good enough for me. Wow. What a career for Joe Reynolds out there at the beach.
Yeah, Joe Reynolds. 48 years, I've had enough. I'm tired. You know, time to get it done. I'm 70. I'm gonna come to all these games and not do anything that I don't want to do.
Well, that's what you get to do when you're retired. There's the scene at Fletcher earlier tonight when he was honored after the first quarter. That's his brother right there. So proud of him. And he's been doing the field since 2009, his brother. Well, how about this tonight, Sully? Joe told me that he actually was out there this morning painting the field for this final game. It took him 8 hours with the guys to do the field, but it was the first time he's done it since his brother started taking over in 2009. So it's been 15 years since he's painted that field, but the 70-year-old was out there today. And one thing that you might not see here, because I actually clipped it on a different part of video, you see where Joe is going right there? He was actually going to the fans. And he went to the student section and gave them high fives because I asked him what the favorite part of Friday nights, and he said, ever since they started that program, the fans, the student section, has always been filled like it is at Fletcher. And all these years later, it still is. There you can see it in the background. Not a seat to be had for those students as they come out to support high school football. So well done, Joe Reynolds. Coach, I know you've known him for a long time.
Yeah, Coach Reynolds, you know, when you talk Fletcher High School, it was always Joe Reynolds. Hey, call Joe, find out about this, or call Joe. When I first got to Jacksonville in '98, you know, I was fortunate enough. We played them week one coming out the gate, and him and I've had a lot of good battles over the years, and a lot of fun, a lot of respect for Fletcher and all those guys, Kevin Brown, Joe Reynolds. But Joe's been there; he's the mainstay. He'd be like you'd say the great grandfather of all the people that have come through. He's coached fathers, sons, grandsons, and proud of him and proud of everything he's done and all the kids he's helped along the way.
Yeah, I think he said, if he counted, I think he told me tonight, he counted all the kids over those 48 years, and I think he would have been associated with 25,000 students in that time frame, if my number is correct and I heard him right, which is pretty amazing if you think about doing that. Let's go to some more high school action. Last night, Leesburg, Ponte Vedra. Check it out. Speaking of the student athletes, always a nice crowd at Ponte Vedra in St. Johns County. Mid-season add to the schedule for PV, hosting Leesburg out of Orlando. Already 7-0 Sharks in the first. Brian Case doubles the lead, gets through the last line of defense, and accelerates to the end zone. Ponte Vedra's defense doing its part. Jackets QB under pressure, just tosses it up. Fion Day says, thank you very much. One of the easier interceptions he'll ever get. Offense turns it into 6 points, too. First play of the second quarter, Drew Price pulls it on the option. Quarterback keeper will get in the end zone. He crosses and scores. This game tightened up in the second half, but as we mentioned on the scoreboard, Ponte Vedra holds on to win 21-18. Now, PV if we have this one, was originally going to play Baker County on Thursday night, but the Cats needed to make up a district game in Tally versus Godby first half, and Hudson Register into the end zone for the Wildcats. Moved to the second half now, and this time it would be Cadeas Williams scoring for the boys from McClenny. Topsy-turvy, high-scoring affair, but as we showed you on our scoreboard, Baker County comes up short 39-34. We'll need some help in that three-team district. And so, Coach, we bring you back in. Baker County, who had the loss to Bradford early in the season, had been on a little bit of a run, but those three-team districts are tricky now, and Godby's got a good program. Looked like a good football game, but that could hurt as you head down the stretch of the season.
Yeah, again, they played a really solid schedule. I think if they come in as the runner-up, they're probably going to end up with strength of schedule enough points where they'll probably get in maybe the 6 seed or this 5 seed.
Yeah, I think we just lost Coach. We know what you're saying, though. You're right. I mean, you can still get in that at-large bid. You don't have to get in just the district. And we're getting to that point of the year now. I mean, we're into October, week 7, so this starts to turn quickly into an eye on the postseason, especially in those smaller districts, but for everybody to try to get into, have a chance to go chase a state championship. Let's do this, guys. Take a timeout here in the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We might be able to get to some reaction from some of the games. We're working on it, and we'll try to get to some of the reaction coming up in just a bit. Can we take a timeout, Casey? Is that okay? We can? All right, let's do that. Take time out on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We'll come back a little bit more, and then we're getting set now for a full half hour of highlights on the Friday Night Blitz at the bottom of the hour.
Breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning. 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery. And download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7. And it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jax to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jax in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jax 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms. Whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV, you can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry. We still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel. Plus, check out our short reels on our TikTok. Action Sports Jax 24/7. It's on all the time and everywhere.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
Back back here to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Jaguars Prep, Whataburger. We appreciate everybody. Nimnik Buick GMC with our committed to the uncommitted. We just showed you in the last 15 minutes. And we already had somebody send a name in, which is fantastic. We appreciate you watching. Keep finding us. Under-recruited seniors is who we want to recognize and try to get some exposure for, as they're maybe haven't caught the attention enough of some of those college recruits in this tough landscape for some of the kids to get and play at the next level. Brent Barton, along with the entire Action Sports Jax team, our coach Kevin Sullivan is on the phone up in North Carolina. He's been watching the whole night. He's been with us. You only got 10 more minutes to go, Coach, and then we'll let you go. Featured games tonight. Man, did we have some dandies. Beachside, Tokoi Creek was our game of the week. We'll have extended coverage of that in just a moment. Creekside, Fleming Island. That was a barn burner. Creekside comes back and wins 48-45. I should say Beachside won 29-26 on a blocked field goal. So 2 3-point games that we showed you every play of. Atlantic Coast and Ed White hangs on by a touchdown. Trinity Christian Riverside comes back and scores 2 touchdowns in the final 5 minutes. And I think we have Coach after the big win over Trinity Christian. Let's hear from him.
We had 2 games this week, so we had, of course, a lot of stuff going on. Even today, moving the game, we faced a lot of adversity all week, man. So I'm just proud of how they just gelled together, man. Just continue to work and play for each other.
If you guys are good at hitting these the big plays, so coming away from this game, what's the biggest takeaway? Are the big plays the biggest key for success for Riverside?
Consistency. We have big play potential, as well as we got guys, of course, that can make big plays. The thing is just driving it down the field, taking the 5 yards, taking the 3 yards. Glenn Foreman, man, got a big arm, and you see it a lot of time for us overthrowing and letting the ball go.
Down here on this far sideline.
Once we connect, man, the upsides of this team, man, they're gonna surprise a lot of people. And now they just starting to believe and gel, and we gelling at the right point. These tough games for us playing these tough teams, tough opponents this week, man, just momentum's to build off for the rest of the season.
All right, congratulations to Coach. And, hey, Sully, as we bring in here, heck of a win for Riverside. As you said, a couple of games in a week, and on top of that, to be able to come back the way they did, build some character.
Yeah, again, playing the games that they've played. Rains on Monday night in that 62-40 shootout. And being able to get the kids back focused in and playing a big West Side rival with, again, all those kids know each other, grew up playing Pop Warner from Trinity and Riverside. And that's a really good win, especially coming back and being down and coming back the way they did.
All right, let's hear from Marcel Robinson and the Beachside winners, Coach Duffy as well, before we say goodbye and get ready for the Blitz.
I'm here with victorious head coach Pete Duffy. Our game of the week, we knew there was going to be some fireworks. 29-26, basically coming down to the wire. Just tell me about how you feel about this game and what this victory means for your program.
Really happy for the seniors, So we have a small group of seniors, but they started with us back when we didn't have a school, we didn't have a field, and it was pretty ugly. And for those guys, Riley Hoffrichter, Nigel Eldridge, Rick Balsita, all of those guys, super important to get them a win, which we were able to do tonight.
One of the things I love about this game is that if you would have just watched the first half, you would have thought this was going to be a 64-60 game. Third quarter, no points. Fourth quarter, you guys are very resilient coming down, just kind of staying in it, staying even keel, not trying to overdo anything. What was the message on the sideline, guys? Hey, just hold on, just wait for your breaks, and make the play when it comes to you.
No, it's exactly it. We're basically we're going to try to hang around. Don't let number one just go long. Let's try to, die a slow death a little bit, hang around, try to win in at the end.
I love the play of your quarterback, Eddie Jordan. It seems like he never tried to get too, more than what the play was, right? It's kind of handling it, being a leader. Talk about the play of number 11 back there in the backfield.
Yeah, again, you said it right there. He kind of came of age tonight in terms of his leadership on the field, understanding situational football, which we talk all the time, but it's easy to do in practice now and do it in the game, and then he did it tonight. Top level stuff.
I was talking to one of your assistant coaches on the sideline. You guys were tough. First half, second half, obviously. I said, why are you guys being such bullies to these Toros? And they said, well, they scheduled us on our homecoming night. How good does it feel to see those homecoming festivities feel a little bit less enjoyable?
No, 100%. Through my career, it's easy to motivate the guys when somebody else schedules you for homecoming. That's just, a little bit of a slap in the face, so it's a little extra motivation.
Also, I love the Surf and Turf Bowl goes to the C's. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
Enjoy that money. Don't spend it all in one place. All right?
Thanks very much.
Let's toss it back to you guys.
All right, more on that game. Our game of the week coming up in just a bit on the Friday Night Blitz. Sully, what a night, huh?
Man, a lot of fun. We've been fortunate. A lot of fun.
All right, let's do it again
next.
Let's do it again next week. We appreciate you joining us. Go have a heck of a weekend and give everybody our best in North Carolina.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, that is Coach Kevin Sullivan, our entire Action Sports Jax team. Here's the deal now. That's the Friday night Zone Blitz until this part. We got the Friday night Blitz, half-hour highlights coming up, bands at 11 o'clock, more Blitz at 11:15, and then a little overtime with more reaction all the way until midnight on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices or pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action News Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I've come into Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza. Some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Here we go, D. Hey, set the tone. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Set the tone for a Friday Night Blitz. We got highlights from all over the area on a pretty nice night for most of the area here on this week 7 of high school football. Friday Night Zone Blitz, we're in the middle of it. Friday Night Blitz is just part of it. So let's go. Brent Martineau along with Stuart Weber, and a half hour of highlights on the way.
Yeah, and we had some terrific games that came down to the finish, and our cameras were there to capture them. So let's get it started with one of those, and that would be the Surf and Turf Bowl.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
For those who aren't familiar, that would be Tocoi Creek and Beachside, two of the newest schools in our area down in St. Johns County. You see the Barracudas and Toros.
I get it.
Surf and Turf.
Barracudas
defense forcing a 3-and-out. Offense responds with a touchdown drive. You saw Eddie Jordan there. Short touchdown run makes it 7-0. Toro's defense then joins the chat. Tipped pass ends up in the hands of Carter Alvarez with the pick. Takes it the other way. Toro's offense back on the field and in plus territory. Julian Santiago takes a short pass from Ryan Kilmer. Yep, little cutback there. Into the end zone he goes. PAT no good. Toros trailed by a single point in the first quarter. They get the ball back, drive down the field. There's our guy, Vinny G. Vincent Galella plowing his way in to give Tocoi their first lead of the game. How about more defense? Crew Casey steps in front of the pass. It's a pick for the Barracudas. He goes back the other way, but will come up just a couple yards short. Oh, he just wanted the pick six. Oh, he just falls down at the end. No matter, Jake House will score the easy touchdown. Gives the road team the lead just before the half. All right, let's go to the second half, and let's skip the third quarter entirely. Nothing happened. It remained 22-19 Beachside when Vinny G takes it the distance. Touchdown, Tocoi Creek. Jump in his hands. Whee! 26-22.
Hey, you got to catch him, man.
You got to catch him if you're going to jump, man. Come on. All right, how about Beachside? They got the answer. It's Eddie Jordan out to his right. Looked like he was going to run, instead passes. Good decision there. Maddox Hunstad sheds a defender. He'll take it in for the touchdown, and they retake the lead. So, late in the game, this is the field goal to tie it, and it's blocked.
Wow.
Beachside, Barracudas get the block. They get the win, 29-26, their first over their longtime rivals, Tocoi Creek.
I'm here with Victoria's head coach, Pete Duffy. I mean, our game of the week, we knew there was going to be some fireworks. I mean, 29-26, basically coming down to the wire. I mean, just tell me about how you feel about this game and what this victory means for your program.
Really happy for the seniors, you know. So we have a small group of seniors, but they started with us back when we didn't have a school, we didn't have a field, and it was pretty ugly. And for those guys, Riley Hoffrichter, Nigel Eldridge, Rick Balsita, all of those guys, super important to get them a win, which we were able to do tonight.
One of the things I love about this game is that if you would have just watched the first half, you would have thought this was going to be a 64-60 game. Third quarter, no points. Fourth quarter, you guys are very resilient coming down, just kind of staying in it, staying even kill, not trying to overdo anything. What was the message on the sideline of guys? Hey, just hold on, just wait for your breaks and make the play when it comes to you.
No, it's exactly it. We're basically just, we're going to try to hang around. Don't let number one just go long. Let's try to, you know, die a slow death a little bit, hang around, try to win it at the end.
I love the play of your quarterback, Eddie Jordan. I mean, it seems like he never tried to get too, like, more than what the play was, right? You know, it's kind of handling it, being a leader. Talk about the play of number 11 back there in the backfield.
Yeah, again, you said it right there. He kind of came of age tonight in terms of his leadership on the field, understanding situational football, which we talk all the time, but it's easy to do in practice now and do it in the game, and then he did it tonight. Top level stuff.
I was talking to one of your assistant coaches on the sideline, and you guys were tough. You know, first half, second half, obviously. I said, why are you guys being such bullies to these Toros? And they said, well, they scheduled us on our homecoming night. How good does it feel to see them, those homecoming festivities feel a little bit less enjoyable?
No, 100%. I mean, through my career, it's easy to motivate the guys when somebody else schedules you for homecoming. You know, that's just, you know, a little bit of a slap in the face, so it's a little extra motivation.
Also, I love, well, the Surf and Turf Bowl goes to the C's. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
Enjoy that money. Don't spend it all in one place. All right?
Thanks very much.
Let's toss it back to you guys.
to clarify, he doesn't get the money. The Beachside program gets
Athletic
the money
program. Athletic
from
program.
Jaguars Prep and Whataburger. And more on
You
that.
have to buy socks with it. That's the stipulation, I heard.
Just a little bit. Hey, what a game. What a game, by the way. And Beachside had missed a field goal earlier, and then they block a field goal. So pretty interesting with special teams. What a game, man. You picked it pretty well on this one. The Surf and Turf Bowl delivered.
By the way, 2 in 1 week because Riverside Reigns was Monday night.
Yeah.
This week, 62-40, the final score there. 102 points put up in that one, but
no problem with highlights this week.
No problem with that. Beachside Tokoi delivering with the coming down to the wire. We got another couple rivals facing off next week, Fernandina and Yulee up there in Nassau County.
Which is a big one
It
up
is.
there. Speaking of big ones, how about Fleming Island and Creekside? Woo, we got some points in this one too. Defense, we'll get to that later. Late second quarter, Fleming Island already up 24-14. Sebastian Broughton avoids the rush. Then look at him just throw off the back foot. Hits Eric Gentry on the long pass. We're wide open. Extra point was good. Fleming Island up 31-14 at halftime. On the third quarter, Creekside trying to stay in this game. Harrison Garrido on his way and into the end zone. Boy, he is good. The fumble came in the end zone, no problem. 31-21 Fleming Island. Very next drive, Fleming Island moving. The ball down the field. Broughton, the short pass to Trace Birdie. And look at him moves. Bernie decides to get some yak, and he did. A couple plays later, Broughton in the gun. Finds Bernie again. That's too easy. And it's 38-21 Fleming Island in the lead. Creekside not done yet. Take the ball deep into Fleming Island territory. Sean Ashenfelder, quarterback run. 38-28 Fleming. Later in the fourth, Fleming Island with the ball. Sebastian Broughton, after a fumble recovery, they just make it look easy. Looked like they put the game away. 45-28 in the fourth quarter. But Creekside still clawing. Ashenfelder takes it in the end zone. Extra point, no good. 45-41 Fleming Island. 2 minutes to go. They got an onside kick, and then look what Creekside does. They recover the onside kick. They go down the field and score. Ashenfelder gets in, and they had to hold off for 20-something seconds, and they were able to do it. Creekside with an amazing comeback. Down 45-28 in the fourth quarter. They win 48-45.
I'm proud of our kids. I mean, it was a 48-minute battle, as it is always with Fleming. Hats off to Coach Cipollette and Fleming. They've got a good football team, and it took every minute, every second of this game for it to end. And proud of our kids and their resiliency. Down 3 scores in the fourth quarter to keep fighting and just come back. I'm just super proud.
That last kick, it took back the ball.
Yeah.
Did you guys practice on it?
Yeah, we practice it every week. That's our onside team. Executed it really well. Really proud of how they executed that. Didn't execute some other things earlier in the game very well, but we executed that one tonight when we needed it.
Sean's little girl stole the show, by the way.
Yes.
Peyton is her name.
Peyton, good stuff there. All right, let's head to the home of the Commanders. Ed White playing host to Atlantic Coast. Stingrays down 16-9. All fourth quarter action here. Stingrays inside the 30. Rocco Monago hits his receiver over the middle, about to take it in, but Commanders say not on our watch. That ball ripped out of the hands by Julian Holt, and Ed White takes over.
Wow, what a play.
Good stuff there. Stingrays looking to drive again. Here's Monago going deep. And he'll find Jabari McMillan. Skies for the first down near midfield.
By the way, Monago hung in there, by the way, and took a hit.
Same drive at the 35. Monago under pressure. That ball, a wobbly one out of the air. That duck is caught by Joshua Macklin for the Commanders. Interception, and 16-9. We mentioned that score. That's your final score. No offensive scoring in the second half of this one. It was 14-9 at the half, 16-9 the final. Action Sports Jax, Olivia Tasley with the winning coach after the game.
Olivia Tasley here with head coach LJ. You got the win tonight. How does it feel, especially after the overtime loss last week?
Well, it was great to be able to win a close game. We haven't really played any close games this year. It was either we were up or we at least haven't been successful in a close game. Like we lost that Trinity game close by 3 points. Then we went to overtime earlier in the week. So today, a hard-fought one-score game. It was great for the kids to experience that. I mean, I would like for us to play a lot better, but we'll worry about that next week. So, but I'm happy that we got the win. That's the most important thing.
It was a lot of offense for the first half for you guys, and then a lot of defense. I mean, talk to me about those 2 crucial picks at the end of the game.
Well, the defense played phenomenal tonight. They kept them for the most part in check. They had a long punt return for the touchdown, so they didn't even get in the end zone on our defense. So the defense was flying around. Joshua Macklin made some amazing plays. He's the one who scored for us on defense with I think that was a fumble return, and then he also had an interception later in the game. Julian Holt was lights out for us. Joshua Patterson always shows up big for us in the secondary. Javon Johnson, he pressured the quarterback all night. Same thing with Duckett. They really got after it tonight, so I'm really proud of the way those guys played.
Coach LJ, thank you so much. Go enjoy the win tonight and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that'll do it for here from Ed White High School. I'm Olivia Tasley. Guys, let's go back to you.
Thanks, Liv. And we got another good one here
Yes,
that we showed you on the
indeed.
Friday Night Zone Blitz. We showed you all this action, by the way, live. Third quarter, Riverside's first drive in the second half against Trinity Christian, tied at 7. Sherman Davis, that would change that. How about 72.5 yards or so for the score? Riverside up 14-7. Well, Trinity's like, wait a minute, we'll get it back. Terrell Dallas throws it to Trey Williams. He separates at the 40 and has the sideline and then some. 89-yard touchdown, extra point good, 14-all.
He's a freshman, by the way.
Oh, that's it. Riverside defense getting in on the action. Ivan Tayshawn Brown gets in the backfield. That's a big tackle for loss. On to the fourth quarter. We're still tied at 14. Conquerors in the red zone now. Dallas takes a snap, makes a cut. Ooh, 50, boom. Gets in the end zone, 21-14 Trinity. Next Riverside drive, they come all the way back down. Glenn Foreman the third hits Tayshawn Gelsey. Touchdown, 21-21. We're inside 5 minutes to go. General's got the ball back. 3rd and goal from the 2. Gelsey again. Throw it up for the guy going to Florida. Why not? Foreman the third to Gelsey. Twice in the last 5 minutes, and that would do it. 28-21. Riverside wins it at Trinity Christian. What a game.
We had 2 games this week, so we had, of course, a lot of stuff going on even today, moving the game. We faced a lot of adversity all week, man, so I'm just proud of how they just gelled together, man, just continue to work and play for each other.
You guys are good at hitting these the big plays. So coming away from this game, what's the biggest takeaway? Are the big plays the biggest key for success for Riverside?
Consistency. We have big play potential, as well as we got guys, of course, that can make big plays. The thing is just driving it down the field, taking the 5 yards, taking the 3 yards. Glenn Foreman, man, got a big arm, and you see it a lot of time for us overthrowing and letting the ball go.
Down here on this far sideline.
Once we connect, man, the upsides of this team, man, they're gonna surprise a lot of people. And now they just starting to believe and gel. And we gelling at the right point. These tough games, for playing these tough teams, tough opponents this week, man, just momentums to build off for the rest of the season.
Good stuff there from Antoine Nicholas, head coach of the Riverside Generals. So 4 amazing games, 4 great finishes. You saw them all live on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Can these 4 meet that standard?
Well, if it's like any other Friday night that we have on this new Friday Night Zone Blitz, yes, they can.
We'll find out.
They look good on paper.
They look good on paper. Here is your game of the week. Fernandina at Yulee. You got Bartram Trail at undefeated Nice coming off a win over Buchholz. Mandarin goes to Fletcher. That's always a good rivalry game. And then Statesboro at Brunswick. Brunswick fresh off a thrashing of their rivals from Glen Academy on Monday, so we'll see how that goes. By the way, you get to pick the 5th streaming game. It's up to you. Here's your options. Parker at Westside, Middleburg, undefeated Middleburg, mind you, at Ponte Vedra, Christchurch at Providence, and Richmond Hill at undefeated Camden County. More on the Wildcats in just a second.
One of the biggest games of this week gets to wait an extra day to hit the field. The 55th edition of the Northwest Classic takes place Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. The Rains Vikings enter as a big-time favorite against the rivals from across the street, the Ribault Trojans. Always a game that transcends the action on the field, too, and maybe favorites and underdogs. 2 communities celebrating the game and another exciting Saturday afternoon matchup. If you've never been, you should go because it's a great afternoon of football with all the festivities.
Up in Georgia, the GHSA making an announcement this week that they would add a week to the regular season to allow teams the time needed to finish off the schedule after all of the delays from weather this year, including Hurricane Helene. State championship schedule inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium remains on track for mid-December. Georgia just eliminating their planned bye week that they had midway through the postseason. Camden County among those teams that has had to shuffle its schedule around. They return to the field tomorrow afternoon, Saturday at 1 p.m., a trip up to Valdosta, a highly anticipated matchup of unbeatens. That game takes place at 1 o'clock. It is free for the public to attend in Valdosta. So if you're in South Georgia, go check that one out. Probably a good one for the community to, get out of the house, go enjoy a great game at a great facility up there in Valdosta.
Yeah, by the way, that's a heck of a matchup and an anticipated game, as you mentioned, and they were hit hard by the storm recently. So maybe a chance to just go enjoy and take a breath a little bit after all the work of the last week or so. Hey, we're not done yet here on the Friday Night Blitz, part of our big Friday Night Zone Blitz, which, well, that takes you until midnight. Coming up next, we've got more highlights from around the area. We have multiple days for the second week in a row of high school football. It's not just about Fridays anymore around here.
We are the Scoreboard Creek Toros, and you're watching Friday Night Blitz. Yeah!
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
The best stories sometimes come after the game. Join us for in-depth conversations with local coaches Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 p.m., including our latest guest on the program.
We've had kids come up to us and say, we practice like this every day. Like that first spring, he's like, Coach, we got more done today than we would get done in a week last year. And it's always been that way. And through thick and thin, through hard and easy, through good and bad.
Catch up on the chats you missed by watching the After the Game playlist on our Action Sports Jax YouTube page.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
And your safety is on the line. Nothing beats accuracy. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish and the First Alert Weather Team. Your safest place to be. This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Friday Night Light Show. The Light Show taking place at Tocourt Creek. We saw this live, the fans getting after it, having a great time out there. But it's their rivals who celebrate at the end of the day.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
A blocked field goal with under 2 minutes to go led to this. Coach Duffy and the Beachside Barracudas. $1,500 check from Jaguars Prep and Whataburger for their big win in our game of the week. Courtesy of the Jaguars and Jaguars Prep and Whataburger, of course, and it goes to the Beachside Athletic Program. Welcome back, everybody, to the Friday Night Blitz, part of our Friday Night Zone Blitz 4-hour extravaganza here on Friday nights on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber.
Yeah, we got more games to go. Let's jump into the corral, shall we? How about Mandarin playing host to a very good Rockledge team? Mustangs, Jalen Lewis playing some defense. We talk a lot about Mandarin's offense. How about the defense? Lewis forces the fumble. Brody Jennings recovers.
They got some stars on defense now.
Nice little return there. Speaking of which, Cameron Mills certainly one of them. He's not the guy with the ball. He's the guy yanking the guy with the ball to the ground.
Oh, wow.
That might be a fourth corner. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's a big sack. Good job. All right. How about some of that offense? And this is the freshman to freshman connection. Knox Annis to Bryson Wright. Big pickup there. Mandarin goes on to win 24-7.
All right, Ridgeview and Kip Bold going at it this evening, midway through the first. And hey, how about that rainbow? Sunshine and rainbows around here.
There you go.
Ridgeview's Jordan Mesa with a pass to Trevon Tyrone. Oh, nice job. Over the shoulder, got the feet in. Ridgeview up 9-0. They would go on to win big on the road tonight.
Student section over at Stanton, bringing the energy for the Blue Devils. They always do. They're undefeated every year. Gotta love it. Hoping that they can get a win over the Wolfson Wolfpack. First drive of the game, Stanton makes it into Wolfson territory. Hand off to Trayvon Tompkins. Gets the Blue Devils 6 to their first score. Tompkins will put a stamp on it. A little easy 2-point conversion to the near side, 8-0. Second quarter now, Stanton back in Wolfson territory. Receivers in your end zone, but that's intercepted through the arms. Andrew Koenig gets it. Still waiting on a final from this one. Wilson
Stanton won
Stanton.
16-8.
Stanton wins 16-8. We're not waiting on a final. That is the final.
Hey, you were here. Take First Coast and Sandalwood.
First Coast at the Woodshed, taking on Sandalwood. Homecoming night for the Saints. Buccaneers looking to spoil that. Naftali Adams into the backfield. Big sack there. Bucks would get the ball back, but they would give the ball right back as well. Deflected ball, and it's Trevante Daniels there for the pick. Good concentration to get that one. Interception, Sandalwood. Chris Timmons now going to get the Saints on the board. Look at him just finding his way, bouncing off guys, reaching across the end zone and in. Touchdown, Saints. They're on the board first, 7-0. Hans Price coming in at quarterback for First Coast. Little drop there, but you know what? He just picks it up and says, okay, I'm going to take what's in front of me. I'm going to get this big pickup, and that would set up the Buccaneers to hand off to Nemo Williams. We're finding Nemo.
Too easy.
And he's finding the end zone.
Too easy.
Touchdown there. First Coast goes on to win this one 28-14.
48 years, I've had enough. I'm tired. You know, time to get it done. I'm 70. I'm gonna come to all these games and not do anything that I don't want to do.
Well, he's earned that, right? Joe Reynolds, 48 years, retiring today from Fletcher, longtime athletic director, winningest coach in football history at Fletcher. Goes all the way back to 1976 with the Fletcher Senators, a legend out there at the beach. And congratulations and good luck in retirement. Interlochen at Oak Hall tonight. Interlochen would put points on the board with this 10-yard touchdown run by Razir Phelps. They score 48 on Monday in the loss. The Rams would score again. Oh, that is stunning. Ben Aguayo, 30-yard pass to Caleb McKinnon. Tiptoes into the end zone. So scoring not a problem, right?
I heard last check, Oak Hall goes on to win in that game.
Whoa, was that nice catch right there? If that one counted.
Good job, Oak Hall.
Wow.
All right. How about a little high school football on a Thursday night? Yeah, we got some Thursday games. A midseason add to the schedule for Ponte Vedra, hosting Leesburg out of Orlando. 7-0 Sharks in the first. Brian Case doubles that lead through the last line of defense and accelerating into the end zone. Ponte Vedra's defense would do its part as well. Jackets QB under pressure, just tosses it up. Finn Day says, thank you very much. That's one of the easier interceptions he'll ever get. And then he goes right at the camera. Look out!
Yeah, he knows where it is.
Yeah, he came right to me. Offense turns it into 6. First play of the second quarter, Drew Price pulls it on the option. This game actually tightened up in the second half. 21-0 at the half, 21-18 the final score.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Your Player of the Week? Well, he got 7 touchdowns on Monday. TJ Cole from Reigns, 413 yards, 4 passing, 2 rushing, 1 receiving, and a 62-40 win. Yeah, that'll do it. That is your Player of the Week. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Blitz.
We are the Mandarin Mustangs, and you're watching the Friday Night Blitz. +2 me, +2 on 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. +2.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning. 12 hours a day, breakfast served. 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
The Action Sports Jax 24/7 network is streaming. I'm Stuart Weber, and I'm here to teach you a nice three-step process on how you can watch all your favorite programming from the Brent and Austin Show every weekday 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. or the Cup Date with me. It's fantastic. We talk NASCAR. It's a great time. Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. All right, first step, easy. Download the Action News Jax app. You probably already have it downloaded on your phone, so you might already have that one taken care of. Step 2, see that stack of pancakes up there? You click that stack of pancakes, and it's going to bring down step number 3, which is a full screen of all the different streams that you can click on, including the Action Sports Jax 24/7 stream. You click that, the video's rocking and rolling on your mobile device, you're watching all the shows you want to, and you're having a good time. You can also do it on your smart TV with the Action News Jax Now app. I do it on my Samsung TV at home.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
My best memory from high school, I'll say I had like a 80-yard interception, touchdown, pick 6 versus D-Queen my sophomore year. So that was the best memory, and just returning that, man, it felt great.
That's Buster Brown, who, by the way, has been playing fantastic football for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Hard to say that about too many guys, but
by the way, Buster, it was your junior year. I had to look a long time to find it, but we found it.
You mix up the years.
We got
Class
there.
of 2017. We've got all your football coverage on Sunday, really all weekend long. But Countdown to Kickoff, Tom Coughlin joins us live on Countdown to Kickoff on CBS 47. Then the game, post-game, and primetime later that night before we leave for London next week.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
Well, check this out. Creekside trying to make a comeback, 2.5 minutes to go, and they kick the onside kick. But did you see that young man jump up and not touch it?
You get another look here.
If he had touched it before it hit midfield, that would have been a penalty. But he lets it go. We thought he might have touched it, but he didn't. And it lands in the arms of Creekside. They recover, they go down to score, they win the game, come back from 17 down. That is the Smart Play of the Week.
All right, of course, Zone Blitz every Friday night, 8 o'clock. You can watch it. We're going to continue it on the 24/7 network. Come join us over there. But we're done here in this edition.
We do, and we leave you on the network, by the way, with 15 minutes of band play until the next edition of the Blitz.
Watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When you think sports, you think Action Sports Jax, the official station of the Jaguars, on location for every game. But the most experienced team in town doesn't stop there. From high school football to the big events in the area, Action Sports Jax is always on. Now, we take that to a new level. Action Sports Jax 24/7 is around-the-clock coverage of the teams you love and the moments you can't miss. The best local sports in Jacksonville on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Performing, please welcome the Yulee High School Band.
Set the tone, let's go.
Yeah, set the tone, let's go, but it would be the end that would be dramatic in the Surf and Turf Bowl. Beachside, Tokoi Creek in our Friday Night Blitz game of the week. Brent Martineau along with Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Jax team. We've been at it since 8 o'clock, live on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. And man, oh man, did we get some fantastic finishes tonight.
I love getting to this part of the night because it's kind of breathe out a little bit. The show, it's not as hectic. We're not running around.
Listen, you got to finish, Weber.
That's it.
Take us all the way to midnight.
Let's do it. Let's get to the big game. Surf and Turf Bowl. Let's go.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Me taking a breath has us now over 3 minutes in the show. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Tokoi Creek Beachside. Let's go. Barracudas. That's Eddie Jordan. He's taking it in for the touchdown. Barracudas score first. Defense for the Toros joining the chat. Tipped pass, picked off. Carter Alvarez, nice run back the other way. Then, here's Ryan Kilmer with the pass to the near side. And into the end zone goes Tokoi Creek. That's Julian Santiago. Let's go to the next play. It's another one. That's Vinny G. Vincent Galala plows his way in. Tokoi Creek takes their first lead of the game. How about a little more defense? Crew Casey. Pick! Just snags that one out of the air for the Barracudas. And, oh, he wants 6. He wants to get in there, man. He wants the touchdown. Oh, he got him at the end. All right, well, no matter. Jake House would punch it in for the Barracudas, and the visitors take the lead before half. All right, let's go to the second half highlights. And really just the fourth quarter. Direct snap to Vinny G. Vincent Galella. Oh, he's outrunning the defense. You're not stopping him. He's in for the score. 26-22 Toros. Yeah, celebration. Good stuff there. How about an answer from the Beachside Barracudas? It's Jordan again. Looks like he's just running it, but then decides to throw. Maddox Hunstad sheds a defender and takes it in. Beachside goes ahead 29-26. That 3-point lead. Well, that means this is for the tie, and it's blocked. Tokoi Creek has the field goal blocked. Beachside celebrates their first ever win over their rivals in that long-standing rivalry that goes back, well, 3 years.
Heck of a football game there. Big special teams play with a minute and a half to go in the game. Ends it. And we take a look at our game of the week. We actually had two this week, Monday and Friday, because of the storm last week.
Yeah, Reigns won 62-40 over Riverside. That was bananas. 74 points in the first half of that game. And now another good rivalry game. Another one on tap, by the way, next week. Fernandina at Yulee. Big Nassau County battle. Can't wait for that next week.
All right, so that game was good. How about this one? Entertaining. Fleming Island and Creekside, high scoring. Late second quarter. Fleming Island already up 24-14. We're in the second quarter. Sebastian Broughton avoids the rush. Watch this play. He avoids, keeps his eye downfield. Back foot, boom. Open receiver. That's Eric Gentry. Wide open. Extra point good. Fleming Island goes up 31-14 at halftime. They're running away with it, right? Well, on the third, Creekside trying to stay in the game. Harrison Garrido. Oh, look at him go. Rumbles, high steps, gets loose, gets in. No fumble there. 31-21, Fleming Island. He had another big night. Very next drive, Fleming Island moving the ball down the field. There is Broughton with a short pass to Trace Birdie, and he can burn it to the 30-yard line. And you know what? They would pay him off a little later. Broughton handles the snap, finds Bernie, and oh, wow, easy scoring. 38-21, Fleming Island up. Creekside not done. That's Sean Ashenfelder. He gets in. They came right back down the field. 38-28 was the score. But after a fumble by Creekside, Broughton, oh, that's easy. It looked like they put the game away. 45-28 in the fourth quarter, but not done yet. Here comes Creekside once again, down 45-35. Sean gets in there, 45-41. They miss the extra point. They recover an onside kick, and then less than 90 seconds to go in the game, Ashenfelter runs over a defender, and he's in there. So it's now the lead, 48-45, and the last gasp for Fleming Island. Well, they can't get it done. 45-28 deficit turns to a 48-45 Creekside win. What a comeback in the fourth quarter.
I'd say candidate for game of the year, but we're running out of space. We got like 30 of them so far. How about a game at the home of the Commanders? Ed White hosting Atlantic Coast. Stingrays down 16-9. Fourth quarter action. Rocco Monago hits his receiver, and it gets ripped out. How about the defense? Nice job there by Julian Holt. Ed White takes over. Stingrays get the ball back, looking to drive again. This is an amazing catch. Monago to Jabari McMillan.
Love it.
Looking like Superman out there, flying through the air for that one. That's a first down near midfield. Same drive. Stingrays at the 35. Monago under pressure. And that one wobbles into the arms of Joshua Macklin. Commanders interception, all defense in the second half of this. Commanders take it 16-9. Nice victory for Ed White.
Yeah, big defensive plays. Third quarter we go, Riverside and Trinity Christian. First drive of the second half, tied at 7. When Sherman Davis says, well, we'll change that. How about 73 yards to the house? He got loose, and I can't even see a Trinity Christian conqueror. There they are. But they're still chasing. 14-7, Riverside in the lead. But the next possession for Trinity said, we'll do you one better. How about an 89-yarder? Terrell Dallas to Trey Williams. A freshman? A freshman.
My God, a freshman.
89 yards, 14 all. Later in the third now, Riverside defense getting in on the action. Ivan Tayshawn Brown, he's going to get in the backfield for a tackle for loss. Well, he read that play well, didn't he? Out of the fourth quarter, we're still tied at 14. Conquerors in the red zone. Dallas takes a snap. Watch this little move he makes here. Got in there. 21-14. Trinity Christian. Under 5 minutes to go. Generals driving. Glenn Foreman the third to Tayshawn Gelsey. That's what a Florida commit looks like.
Yeah.
21-21, making it look easy. Generals get the ball back. And on third and goal from the 2, it's Foreman to Gelsey again. And they take the lead with 18 seconds to go in the football game, and that would be the end. 28-21. Riverside scores twice in the final 5 minutes to beat Trinity Christian. What a game. We'll be back on the Blitz. New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jax to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jax in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jax 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms, whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV. You can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry. We still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices or pitching. Yeah! Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
All right, there is Pete Duffy, head coach of the Barracudas from Beachside.
Pick your spot.
Yeah, there it is. Love to see it from Coach Duffy. Big thanks.
That was unexpected right there.
Big thanks to our partners with Jaguars Prep and Whataburger for once again supporting our Coach of the Week.
Wow, we've had some awesome games on these Friday nights. Welcome back to the Friday Night Blitz. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Jax team. We'll go to midnight on the network now, each and every Friday.
Break it down over there.
Here, check out some more action from tonight. Rockledge at Mandarin and the Mustangs. Well, they're playing some defense in this one. Nice crowd on hand at home. Yeah, got a little pink out in the month of October. Jalen Lewis forces a fumble right there after the catch, chasing it. Brody Jennings would recover for the Mustangs. The defense, like we were mentioning, kind of hanging in there, and we'll wait till the offense gets healthy and gets going a bit. Watch Cameron Mills. Woof! I think he just took the jersey. We thought maybe it was a horse car, but he took the jersey. It's a sack. The officials missed that one. That was a blatant miss. Yeah. Knox Annis to Bryson Wright. Freshman to freshman, good pickup. Mandarin wins it 24-7 tonight at home.
How about Ridgeview and Kip Bold City? And they're members of the Sunshine and Rainbows Club. They're picking the Jags to win this weekend. How about it midway through the first? Ridgeview's Jordan Mesa up to Trevon Tyrone. 9-0 Ridgeview. Panthers go on to get the win over the great. I don't know what that celebration was. Well, it was something. So there you go. All right, how about it?
Student section over at Stanton bring the energy for the Blue Devils. Their one and only win at home. They're hoping that changes tonight as they host the Wolfson Wolfpack. First drive of the game. Stanton makes it to Wilson territory. Handoff to Trayvon Tompkins. Gets the Blue Devils on the board. That's 6 points. Tompkins will put a stamp on it. Gets an easy 2-point conversion as well. Walks in there for an 8-0 lead. Second quarter. Stanton back in Wilson territory. There's a receiver in the end zone, but there's also Andrew Koenig. Nice job. Good concentration. Hangs on to it. Stanton, though, gets the win. 16-8.
First Coast at Sandalwood. It is homecoming for the Saints, but the Bucks looking to spoil that. Naftali Adams chasing into the backfield. That's a sack for the Bucks. They would get the ball back, would First Coast. However, well, they give it right back to Sandalwood. Deflection here, and Trevante Daniels with the nice piece of mind. He picks it off, keeps his eye on it. Nice interception for the Saints. who then turned to Chris Timmons. And he'll get Sandalwood on the board. Touchdown run on the second effort, reaches across the goal line and in, and he is pumped about it. Hans Price comes in at quarterback for the Buccaneers and loses the handle for a moment, but just a moment, because then he picks up a nice gainer here using his legs. That would set up the visitors from First Coast, and they go to the run game once again. This time it is Nemo Williams finding the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers. They go on to win 28-14.
A little more subtle that time for you. By the way, get well Coach Barnes. Shout out to him tonight. Be happy with that win. Interlochen at Oakall. Interlochen would put points on the board with this 10-yard touchdown run by Razir Phelps. They scored 48 on Monday. They would keep scoring tonight as well. 30-yard touchdown pass. Way to find it. Ben Aguayo to Caleb McKinnon. Oakall, though, ends up winning the football game. They scored points, too. Look at that catch. 50-28 was the final. We'll be back on the Blitz.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action Sports Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
Well, how about this smart play? Watch Creekside. Onside kick as they trail by 4 with 2 minutes to go. You know, and it's a great recovery by them, but watch the player that avoids it before it hits 10 yards. See, he pulls his hands down? That is a smart play because it allowed the Knights to go get the football. They march down the field and they win the game on a Sean Aschenfelder touchdown run. That's a pretty smart play.
Yeah,
and your
smart
play
play.
of the week.
And a big win for Creekside.
Stuart Weber.
Yeah.
What a heck of a night.
Yeah, Friday Night Zone Blitz, 4 straight hours. You can catch it replaying on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network all weekend long, or come join us there right now. We'll break down the whole night, and we leave you with the Revolt Band. Thanks so much for watching the Friday Night Blitz.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action News Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade. New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza. Some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top.
Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Hey, welcome in. See that total on Pac-Man? What does that say? What does that say? Oh, that's an old one. I thought we gotta freshen that up. Let's say 105. Gosh, my eyes are so bad. 105 up to 121. People, somebody beat my high score, and then I beat it right back. It stood for about 48 hours. Haven't played since. It was a mic drop moment. Guy's still trying to chase me. Young bucks, though, if you're watching this high school stuff, you guys can't play Pac-Man. Weird. I don't understand it. All the high school kids play, like, young kids play video games, but they can't play Pac-Man. All right. Diet Coke time. We'll take you until midnight. Let's go on the Friday Night Blitz. We call this, the Zone Blitz still, but kind of like an overtime session. What a night we have. Fleming, watch that game, says Joe. What happened to Fleming? Well, they lost. That was interesting. I didn't really look at it like, I don't really think Fleming Island made a lot of mistakes in that game. Oh, I'm sure they made a ton of mistakes, but I don't really know if they even made a mistake on the onside kick. I think it was an unbelievable onside kick if you watched it, and if you watch any of our coverage the last 3 hours, we'll probably end up seeing it again. But I thought they just did a tremendous job of executing Creekside, and for most game, Fleming Island. Fleming Island, if you're not familiar with what happened, they were up 45-28 in the fourth quarter, and Creekside scored 20 unanswered points. One of the games, we had 4 games tonight that we showed you basically almost every play of, especially in the second half. And I think they were the 4 best games of the night. I was just talking to Stuart about this when we came over. There were some games that I think were decent around town, but I don't think anything was like this that we saw. We had the 4 games of Creekside Fleming down to the wire, Riverside Trinity won in the final 20 seconds, Atlantic Coast Ed White won in the final probably like 3 minutes, and then Beachside and Tokoi Creek won in the final 90 seconds. It was unbelievable. Heck of a night of high school football again, and that's like not something new. On this Friday Night Zone Blitz, we're giving you 4 hours. It's been like that just about every week. So hopefully it continues. It's been having a lot of fun with it. We'll take you until midnight now. We'll give you a little bit more of the sound that we have. In case, you got to let me know if you have. There should be a bunch of sound in the folder. I don't know what exactly you'll be able to get ready to roll. So in case people miss some of the reaction from some of these games, we were able to show you all the highlights. Had a little bit of the sound on the Friday Night Blitz, but you might not have heard all of it. Or if you missed any of it, we can give you a new listen to it. We also have some highlights along that we'll take you through. And Stuart Weber will join us in just a couple of minutes. Week 7 of the high school football season in the books. Well, not really. We've got Rains in Ribault coming up tomorrow, too, so we'll see what happens there. I got the allergies going time. Must have been something out at Fletcher. Out at the beach. I got a little allergies to contend with. I mean, I loved it out at the beach. Beach was beautiful today. And by the way, congratulations to Joe Reynolds, part of this night as well, as he retires after 48 years. So we were able to see that and stayed a little longer to get that ceremony after the first quarter. And a standing ovation for Joe, longtime football coach, longtime AD as well. All right, tell me what you got, Casey Kurtz. We got any sound I can get to so I can stop talking? You'd say, check my phone. We got some Creekside. Why not? We're just talking about it. Let's get Sean McIntyre. And by the way, the best part of this Creekside interview is his daughter, Peyton. You got to watch. She steals the show, even though it seems like Creekside stole the game at Fleming Island tonight.
I'm proud of our kids. I mean, it was a 48-minute battle, as it is always with Fleming. Hats off to Coach Cipollette and Fleming. They've got a good football team, and it took every minute, every second of this game for it to end. And proud of our kids and their resiliency. Down 3 scores in the fourth quarter to keep fighting and just come back. I'm just super proud.
That last kick, it took back the ball.
Yeah.
Did you guys practice on it?
Yeah, we practice it every week. That's our onside team. Executed it really well. Really, really proud of how they executed that. Didn't execute some other things earlier in the game very well, but we executed that one tonight when we needed it.
There you go. That's our buddy DR out there with Sean McIntyre at Creekside. And You know, I tell you what, I know you practice that stuff. You practice all this late game. We just did it on our FSCJ Smart Play of the Week. That was incredibly executed. I don't know who the young man is. I think it was number 9. About 9 yards on that kick. You got to let it go 10, right? He has a chance to go up and grab the ball, but he doesn't. He has whereabouts of it's going to be a penalty if I touch it. I think that's what he was thinking. It looked like that's what he was thinking. He lets it go, and it's almost like a decoy because everybody thinks he's going to touch it, and it bounces over his head and lands in the arms of Creekside. I mean, just tremendous execution. So smart on that play, smart job in getting down there to get recovery. But let's not forget about the kicker there. The kicker made that happen, too, with a heck of a kick. Those are not easy, especially when everybody knows that you're doing it. So, I'll tell you what, I was thinking about today. I was thinking about Noah Schlicksup, who calls the Creekside games. I was thinking the last 3 years, I don't know if there's been a more exciting team in terms of finishes and games, and I'm not sure Coach McIntyre thinks they're all that exciting. Some of them are in the 40s and 50s, and it's back and forth. But the entertainment value on a Creekside football game the last 3 years, Stuart, has been pretty high up there. I'm trying to think. Riverside's played a bunch of close games and fun games. I think St. Augustine's had a little bit of that too. I mean, we just saw 57-50 with Bowles, but I wouldn't say they have the amount of games that are that exciting. I feel like Oakleaf's another team that ends up getting in a lot of barn burners. So you have your teams. But, I mean, just great theater. If you like high school football in some of these games.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's probably some cardiologist in St. Johns County who's being kept in business by Coach McIntyre alone. Goodness gracious. And they're so exciting. They're so fun to watch. Maybe we should just throw them. We could just throw them on the schedule every week, but, we did that with baseball and softball the last few years. So you got to feel back on that.
Well, by the way, they get on the schedule quite a bit, too, because they're one of the teams in the area. They match up well, right, with a lot of these teams and some of the teams that we have. But like I was saying earlier, I think the 4 games we picked were probably the best games. I don't think I saw another game that looked like it came down to the wire. I'm not sure how the Fletcher game actually even finished up. Oh, 49-29. So, that didn't come out to the wire. But, yeah, I mean, just tremendous couple of games. Speaking of another game, we have Ed White and Atlantic Coast. That one comes down the wire. A little bit different. Defense hangs on. Defense made a couple of big stops and turnovers in the last 7 or 8 minutes of that game. Ed White able to seal the deal, and a pesky Atlantic Coast game that just kept driving down the field and giving themselves more opportunities. But Lawrence Johnson's club is able to hold on, and Action Sports Jax catching up with Coach right after the game.
Olivia Tasley here with head coach LJ. You got the win tonight. How does it feel, especially after the overtime loss last week?
Well, it was great to be able to win a close game. Mm-hmm. We haven't really played any close games this year. It was either we were up or we at least haven't been successful in a close game. We lost that Trinity game close by 3 points. Then we went to overtime earlier in the week. So today, a hard-fought one-score game. It was great for the kids to experience that. Mm-hmm. I would like for us to play a lot better, but we'll worry about that next week. But I'm happy that we got the win. That's the most important thing.
It was a lot of offense for the first half for you guys, and then a lot of defense. Talk to me about those 2 crucial picks at the end of the game.
Well, the defense played phenomenal tonight. They kept them for the most part in check. They had a long punt return for the touchdown, so they didn't even get in the end zone on our defense. So the defense was flying around. Joshua Macklin made some amazing plays. He's the one who scored for us on defense with I think that was a fumble return, and then he also had an interception later in the game. Julian Holt was lights out for us. Joshua Patterson always shows up big for us in the secondary. Javon Johnson, he pressured the quarterback all night. Same thing with Duckett. They really got after it tonight, so I'm really proud of the way those guys played.
Coach LJ, thank you so much. Go enjoy the win tonight, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that'll do it for here from Ed White High School. I'm Olivia Tasley. Guys, let's go back to you.
Good job, Liv, and good job, Lawrence Johnson and Ed White, as they get the win. I extend this to Coach Sully. They find ways to win. That's a good program, and they've done a nice job. Good, sound football team, and they were able to come up with some good plays. That Julian Holt play to rip the ball away from a receiver that was on the doorstep of the end zone was a terrific heads-up play. Shows some strength, too, the weight room working there. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Jax team putting a bow here on this Week 7 of high school football. And Weber, you know this better than – this is what you keep track of. You'll do all the standings and the district play and everything else. When we get to Week 7, we had a game like last night, like Baker County, that loses at Godby. That becomes a big game in the district side of things. Not mean you can't make the playoffs still, but in the district side of things, where are we in the district stuff? I mean, this last couple of weeks especially has been so all over the place. People fighting just to get a game in, try to play on a Wednesday, try to play on a Monday, try to play on a Saturday, try to get your game in on a Friday, try to find a new opponent because some of the cancellations. Where are we at right now? And the next couple of weeks are going to be huge.
It's so jumbled up because of how many games were played this week. Some teams playing that Monday-Friday combo because of the fact that they had their matchups wiped out by the weather. It was interesting. I believe the FHSA released its first kind of rankings with who was in the playoffs and a lot of the familiar names that we've seen for some time. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. And it's wild because it's like, oh, Week 7, we're really cruising here. But there's like an entire another month to go here of this regular season, and so many of these teams have backloaded those games for those district matchups. But you mentioned Baker County. Baker County's a great case, right? They've lost some games, but they've lost some games against some really good teams. So even if they don't end up winning that district, and in a 3-team district, you lose one game, you're already in trouble. You're in a whole lot of trouble. You're relying on that third team to go beat the team that beat you. So that's challenging as it is. But because of how tough of a schedule they have faced, they're usually going to be in pretty good shape when it comes to those at-large spots in the playoffs, in those region rankings. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes up after this week, because it's been a jam-packed week with 2 games for some of these teams, and then we'll kind of have a better picture. We're still a couple weeks away from district titles being decided. I think we'll have a lot that come down to that last Florida-Georgia week where we have those games on Thursday and Friday. Usually teams will schedule a non-district game for the final week of the season. But now more than ever, that game is so huge, so big. I remember we used to be able to just do the math. We can't do the math anymore. I like doing the math. I miss those days. But, we have to rely on those Max Prep rankings that aren't going to come out till a day or two later.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. I'm not going to put you into a tizzy about Max Preps and rankings.
Speaking of, as you want to know what's going on in real time right now? Real time.
What's that?
I'm going to show you this picture right here.
Okay.
I don't know. Anybody can see. Let's see if I can get this picture.
Yeah.
See that picture?
Yeah, that looks good. Where's that rain?
So it poured like a monsoon, according to this guy, Noah Ram. Turned into a monsoon right now at Citizens.
Yeah, that's Gainesville.
The game is continuing. Buell's up 21-7. I don't even know who they're playing.
I think Gainesville High.
Okay, so both coaches now are meeting with the referees at midfield discussing possibilities. According to Buell's coaches in the press box, this game needs to be finished tonight. If that's a decision, it can be called with Buell's declared the winner 21-7. Both athletic directors are on the field now. Still no decision yet made. Both teams remain on the field. Update from midfield. The rest in the Alachua County School District have deemed the field unplayable. The game for tonight will not be finished. Both sides are now discussing possibilities when this game will be finished. Seems like Monday. By FHSA rules, this game must be played this Monday, 10-7. Tough break for Buell's, which had to play this past Monday at Nice. Looks like they'll play here at 6 o'clock. It's official. 6 o'clock, Buell's Gainesville High resume on Monday. For a regular season football game?
Can't just call it.
But couldn't finish our game to go to the Final Four in baseball? Don't get me started with the FHS. I was just getting over it, I think. What the hell? All right. Let's get to more high school football.
Yes.
That's pretty wild, though. I was actually in my example of the baseball one.
Yes.
I did always use what would happen in a football game. I was actually thinking in a playoff game.
Now you know.
But I didn't know it would mean, I didn't know in a regular season they would actually continue it on.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people lose football games.
Probably a district game, I would think.
Well, and that makes a difference, right?
Actually, I don't know if they're in that same district.
But also, one other thing there is they're pretty close together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big rivalry game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're right there.
2 in-city schools.
I mean, not that a 2-hour drive is that far either with the baseball situation.
You would have gone back.
I think everybody would have
paid for the charter.
Yeah. Would have even paid to get in again, quite frankly.
Football. Back to football.
That's wild, though.
Yeah,
that's what's happening in real time.
I
You brought up you had to bring up FHSAA and Max Prep rankings, and look where we ended up.
Yeah, I know.
Haven't even written my email yet to the FHSAA. It's coming, though. Don't worry.
You got to do an actual penned letter.
Yeah, it might be
typewriter.
I don't know. It's a long one. I might need a typewriter.
a few pages.
Hey, the Beachside Tokoi Creek game, another good one that we showed. We had our game of the week, and I'll tell you, what I love about some of this stuff, like these programs, are just instant success. And I get it because of enrollment, but then you have to have everything else in order too. And I'm not saying they're like state championship good. There are other teams that are better than these teams, but they're competitive very quick, which means, again, numbers are one thing. You still got to put everything in order and build a program. And it seems like they've built them fast. And by the way, nice job on the coaching hires, too. And there's been a couple now already at Tokoi Creek, but Coach Harbison, he'll do a very good job there, and he's in a good situation. And Coach Duffy's been a very good hire at Beachside.
Yeah, Coach Harbison did a great job picking up where Coach Kolakowski left off. And Kolakowski was the franchise builder, right? He came in, laid the groundwork, and then Harbison has picked up that ball and ran with it, and the Toros have played very well under his leadership. And, yeah, I mean, Pete Duffy, it was an interesting hire because it was a guy from outside the area. You know, you're wondering, okay, who's this? I know his son at the time was a quarterback at Florida State, and it's just like, okay, you know, why does this make sense? Why is this happening? And sure enough, he's been terrific for that program to get to the point where they are now. I mean, they had that long winning streak last year. This is their first chance at getting into the district play side of things. Which the Tokoi game wasn't a district game, but they will have district matchups to worry about here coming up. But a terrific start to the season for them, and a lot of these are players who are bought into that system. They're now, some of them, in their third year there because it's the third year of the school, and really picking up steam and leaving a legacy on that school, which is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They're on the verge of next year having that first senior class, like true senior class.
Well, it's cool because I went to the senior night for volleyball yesterday to go shoot some highlights, and it was like, do they have seniors? The first year they don't. So the first year of these new schools, when they open up, they only have freshman, sophomore, junior classes, and so at minimum, everyone's going to be there for at least 2 years is the idea for that. You're not just one and doneing it. And yeah, that true senior class next year, that'll be cool for them.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, this is a weird game. It was 22-19 Beachside at halftime. There was kind of nothing for a while, and then it turns out to be a touchdown by Vinny G. And he gets in and then takes the lead, and then back comes Beachside with a nice touchdown play on a good-looking play. I really like the play that they had there on the sideline. And then they end up blocking a kick to win it. And Marcel Robinson with Coach Duffy after the game as they get the W, 29-26 in our game of the week.
I'm here with victorious head coach Pete Duffy. I mean, our game of the week, we knew there was going to be some fireworks. I mean, 29-26, basically coming down to the wire. I mean, just tell me about how you feel about this game and what this victory means for your program.
Really happy for the seniors, so we have a small group of seniors, but they started with us back when we didn't have a school, we didn't have a field, and it was pretty ugly. And for those guys, Riley Hoffrichter, Nigel Eldridge, Rick Balsita, all of those guys, super important to get them a win, which we were able to do tonight.
One of the things I love about this game is that if you would have just watched the first half, you would have thought this was going to be a 64-60 game. Third quarter, no points. Fourth quarter, you guys are very resilient coming down, just kind of staying in it, staying even keel, not trying to overdo anything. What was the message on the sideline, guys? Hey, just hold on, just wait for your breaks, and make the play when it comes to you.
No, it's exactly it. We're basically we're going to try to hang around. Don't let number one just go long. Let's try to, die a slow death a little bit, hang around, try to win it at the end.
I love the play of your quarterback, Eddie Jordan. I mean, it seems like he never tried to get too, more than what the play was, right? It's kind of handling it, being a leader. Talk about the play of number 11 back there in the backfield.
Yeah, again, you said it right there. He kind of came of age tonight in terms of his leadership on the field, understanding situational football, which we talk all the time, but it's easy to do in practice now and do it in the game, and then he did it tonight. top level stuff.
I was talking to one of your assistant coaches on the sideline. You guys were tough. First half, second half, obviously. I said, why are you guys being such bullies to these Toros? And they said, well, they scheduled us on our homecoming. How good does it feel to see those homecoming festivities feel a little bit less enjoyable?
No, 100%. I mean, through my career, it's easy to motivate the guys when somebody else schedules you for homecoming. That's just, a little bit of a slap in the face, so it's a little extra motivation.
Also, I love the Surf and Turf Bowl goes to the Seas. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
Enjoy that money. Don't spend it all in one place, all right?
Thanks very much.
Let's toss it back to you guys.
All right, one of the cool things that happens, Jaguars Prep, Whataburger, of course, our partners on the Friday Night Blitz, they hand out a check for $1,500 to the winning coach or coach of the week, and they get $1,500 for their athletic program, not to go shopping, to athletic program. Let's make that crystal clear. But
you're watching legal, we're making it clear.
Yeah, making it crystal clear. But it's one of the cool things, and exciting game there. And hey, if you start adding it up over the last few years, since we've partnered up with Jaguars Prep and Whataburger, really spread out a lot of money throughout the programs in the area, and really we travel around with that game of the week. Stuart does a nice job of pegging those games of the week with different areas of our area, and many have become a winner over the years. So we'll keep that tradition up and keep going.
Yeah.
And good to have those guys along, by the way, along with many other folks that are helping us pull off this Friday night Zone Blitz, 8 p.m. until midnight next week. A little programming reminder now as we get ready to turn to the next couple of weeks. Stuart and I go to London. The crew will be back here. We're going to shrink the show down a little bit from 8 to midnight to about 9 to 11:30 just to loosen things up since we're going to be out of the mix. We'll actually have some reports from London as well. I don't think we'll be covering high school football in London, but we will have some reports. And
De La Salle is playing over there.
I was going to say, don't try to make some funny joke here
about
the
there's
0-4
game
Jaguars.
over there, yeah.
But we still will have it, and make sure you tune in next week. So about 9 to 11:30, probably go a couple and a half hours of coverage each of the next 2 weeks, and then back at it in full swing when we all come back. Of course, the Jags play Sunday. Tom Coughlin to the pride of the Jaguars. All our coverage all day long on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network and on CBS 47 and Fox 30 as well. Tomorrow, Casey Kurtz, Nick, they're like right over there, and they're about 10 hours.
They're game planning the show.
Is
that what they're doing?
Is this what a production meeting looks like for you guys' show?
I think so.
Yeah, that happens tomorrow at 10 a.m. until
12. Still working on a name.
It's called the No Name Show.
No Name.
And they'll have their picks, they'll have lines, and all the other stuff from college football and the weekend that is ahead. All right, man. That's it. Nice work. Good week. Good fun.
That was fun.
Back at it. By the way, might get rain next week in town, too. So put your boots on. Might be time to go mud a little bit on the high school football. There's not a lot of space left to move these games around.
No, there really isn't.
So it gets trickier and trickier once the weather becomes a little bit of an issue. So, and you mentioned district play and all those things. So hopefully that's not much of a problem. All right, for the rest of the Action Sports Jax team, Stuart Weber, I'm Brent Martineau. Have a great weekend, everybody, and watch all the replays all weekend long. It plays 4 or 5 different times the next couple of days on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, ActionNewsJax.com, Action News Jax app, Action News Jax now on your smart TV.